Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to some TMW eSports. Hello on the Midgeman channel, hello on Steam. We're getting ready with tonight's broadcast of Hearts of Iron for Commanders. This is Group Stage 7, the semi-finals and grand final of said group stage. Someone tonight is going away with €250, as well as a spot in the possible grand final draw, in which they could win up to €5,000 with more euros and money along and prizes along the way. All they've got to do is, fight their way to the top. Anyway, this is the second to last of the group stages. Well, technically there's two being played right now, but this is the second to last with one more tomorrow over on Parabellum. Yeah, exciting stuff. We're about to get our first match underway, and I'm going to get right in and talk with our first set of players. We have Jarko versus Marcelo, two very, very competent players who are again facing off in what could be their last chance to make it into this competition. Again, as a reminder, this stream is on a delay to prevent from stream sniping and for the protection of the games, as well as the setup. Also, thank you to Paradox Interactive for supporting Commanders in this event, and thank you to all of the other group stage players for getting involved. Right, let's talk to our players. Hello, hello, hello. Right, hello. It's time for us to get in game now. Marcelo, you are player one, so you have the pick of map. What map are we playing?
We are playing on Jewel.
Jewel? Okay. That
Jewel.
means, Jarko, you have pick of the faction. What faction would you like?
On Jewel, yes?
Yes.
Allies.
Allies. Okay. Please set it so that there's one pick and ban as well, and we'll get ready and in game. You need to make sure you've changed the pick and ban once we've changed the map, because it doesn't take otherwise. Okay, give me 2 seconds before we do any of the picks and bans. I just need to make sure that the game capture is working, because right now it isn't. Professional streamer, everybody, professional streamer. Let me turn off studio mode and it might wake up. Come on now, game. Okay, I'm going to go to this scene. I'm going to change the scene and see if it picks up here. Okay. Right, we have the bans on screen. Yeah, to go ahead with Jarko, who are you banning?
Army of eSports.
Okay, and over to you, Marcelo, who are you banning?
I will be banning...
Fifth Guards Tank Army. All right, good luck, gentlemen. And let's get this game underway. So, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are. I'm going to see if I can go back to the gameplay scene, because it looks to be working now. Why? Why was it working on the off screen, but not... Why? Why are you not working? Game. Wait, I've worked it out. I've worked it out, guys. I've done a dumb. I've done a dumb. Anyway, technical difficulties out of the way from a professional streamer. Let's just quick cut and quick cut. There we go. There's the game. Welcome on in, everybody, to HOI Commanders. This is the awesome competitive play mod for Hearts of Iron 4 that brings Hearts of Iron into a 1v1, 2v2 or 3v3 scenario. This is a 1v1 competition. Today we have Jarko and Marcelo in the first semi-final best of 3 for today. This is the first match and this is the game mode. So if you've never seen this before, basically there are 3 ways to win. Either you capitulate your enemy surrenders, or you reach 0 on your VP points. How do you get VP points? Well, all you have to do is control the majority of the main VPs on the map. What are the VPs on this map? Well, this is Jewel, and we are looking at the VPs of Patna, Nagpur, and Lucknow. These are the key locations, and Jewel is an interesting map because not only does it combine the ability to get very, very fast-moving, fast-paced action because of the plane styles, you'll see a lot of vehicles being moved across these, but because of the dense jungle, combination of northern mountains and southern mountains, and obviously urban tiles surrounded by rivers, you get a lot of really, really interesting defensive points. It's not normally a map we see really rapid encirclements, but more clean, clinical cut encirclements, where you get really, really slow, methodical, brutal encirclements where players lose lots of troops and just watch their troops dissolve because they cannot get them unencircled in time. Also, hello, my name is Midgeman. I'm going to be your host for this leg of the journey today. And forgive me if I go quiet at any time. I have another 6 streams to do this week, both as a host, as a technician, and as the organizer of this league. And I need to preserve myself a little bit. So do forgive me in that front. And actually, in that regard, I'm going to quickly change headset so I can hear myself talk and make sure that I'm not getting overly excited and too loud, at least while we're in game. But I hope everyone's doing all right tonight. Also, if you're in chat, let me know. I want to know who your predictions are. Are we going to see Jarko make it through to today's final, or are we going to see Marcelo? Both of these players, it's an unfortunate draw. They are both very, very proficient. Both of these I could see playing in the main leg of our competition, but today they are battling for their tournament lives. This is actually Jarko's final chance to get into the main tournament, whereas I believe Marcelo has the possibility of getting into round 4. Sorry, I'm being asked a question about said games. But we will see about that as well. Just waiting on the timer to start. People are getting their initial ticks in. If you haven't already realized and haven't seen this before, how the games work today is basically it's Axis versus Allies. They have 275 days of build-up before all-out war. That's the go. The other thing I just need to double-check is... Is it going to make it to... HOI4 stop page. Either way, on the fly editing, game is going. I have a theory of what I'm going to see, but I'm going to keep it quiet for now. Interesting. Interesting build-up coming in. Already seeing factory conversions here from Jarko. That feels really early for me. I think the apparent meta in this game has slightly shifted compared to what it used to be in previous seasons. One of the things we're seeing a lot more of is how different players are balancing their industry, and right now mills seem to be everything. There's very little care for civilian factories and civilian industry. We're seeing a lot of initial conversion. People aren't worried about repairing, strategic bombing, anything of that sort. It is just pure, give me a military factory, allow me to get some guns. And I kind of respect it. It means we see slightly less variety in people's builds right now, but we are still seeing some very fast-paced action, and it was also putting the emphasis on every point of industry mattering. We're seeing Jarko put some some casual points into guns and logistics. We are seeing heavy MG, so there is going to be an air focus from our allied player. Let's take a look at the build order over on the Axis. A very, very similar lineup, a slightly different way of laying out the production order. Obviously, if you didn't know, you get a priority in resources. The higher it up is in the list. So I'm intrigued that this is getting a higher priority than this. I'm using very generic terms right now as not to allude to anything, just in case the build-up period isn't being completed by the time the stream catches up. You know, being an elusive man. But we have it. We have our first input that is very different, I would say. This is very unique. Now, the other thing I want to check, survivability studies has been taken. That means we are going to have a contested airspace, and we are going to have to look at multiple air combats. Now, something that we also need to make a note of with the mod, there is a couple of things. We have the rearmament policy, which is there's a lot of training time and supply buffs as you set up, as well as industry expansion buffs. But there is also another hidden modifier in this game, which means power drops can't happen day one. So air contests are going to be important. It's going to be very important. It's going to be very important. But hello, everybody in chat. Welcome on in. Seeing a lot of divisions put out into the field very, very, very early. 53 already out for the Axis, 40 for the Allies. Huge build-up period, 152 days in. I wonder if we're going to see some mass assault builds coming in with that amount of troops in the field already. See if we've got anything in the templates of note. Nothing really. If I had to tip my hat to who I think on paper might be going through here, due to previous matchups between these two players as well, I believe Marcelo has beaten Jarko before. That being said, I think Jarko wants it more. Jarko is nervous today. They said it to me in the pregame. They are nervous because this is their last chance to get into the main competition. And I completely understand that. I completely understand why they would be nervous about that. But I think sometimes nerves give you an extra edge as long as you don't fumble it. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Also, this is two Polish players, two friends as well. I think they'll be, you know, good sportsmen. We're going to see a good game here. And yeah. We have an OKW 4th Army pick. Interesting. Okay, we haven't seen this in a little while, but OKW 4th Army, this is one of the OG factions. The 4th Army Wehrmacht is the opposite to Panzer Group West. They share the combined OKW tree, but it gives you two 24 width motorized divisions on spawn. You also get two light tank divisions that are 32 width. These can be really potent in the playing styles on this map. You get a stockpile of equipment of infantry, support, and transport planes, very notably transport planes here. You have Jericho Horns, which is 100 CAS, as well as close air support production bonuses. You get the MP40, which is just a flat division attack bonus. You get Singing Dora, which is a free railway gun. You get the Stallion, which is a division recovery rate bonus, a factory output, and a planning speed bonus, and then you capstone with Gott mit uns. But before we get there, there's the shared tree, which is adopt the Panzer IV Ost H, which is basically it's a free load of tanks. If you were using the Panzer Group West, this would actually upgrade some of the tanks in your Nebelwerke division, I believe, spawns it. Oh, wait, no, it's one of the other ones spawns a tank template. Maybe we remove that. Maybe that was an earlier build. You get a stockpile of Toad anti-tank and Toad anti-air from Adopt anti-tank tactics. You get a small fleet of surface raiders, which includes, I believe, the Bismarck, and then Gott mit uns, the final capstone, which is division attack, armored division attack, and attacking division speed. A really good end cap bonus for this German tree. Now, let's see what they're up against, because about this time, we'll be there. Smoke and Ashes already know this is 12th Army Group USA. This is the Classico, the old school, the Church of Leonard school, the original most powerful faction. It's still dominating the top of the league. It is the most, I don't want to say mid, because mid in the common vernacular means it's bad, but this is the most middle of the road faction. It has a bit of everything. Except Navy. It has really good production. It gives you a tank unit. It gives you, under Smoke and Ashes, it gives you CAS. I believe. No, the CAS is under air-land battle. It's 150 P-47s. Slightly more than the German tree that we're seeing it up against. You get towed artillery production bonuses, as well as soft attack breakthrough and line artillery soft attack. You get, as I said, Hell on Wheels. You get the 1st Armored Division. You get the Big Red 1, which is 2 US infantry divisions. You also get an infantry attack bonus, so that is going to be directly offset compared to the 10% bonus that the Germans are getting. You get Calliopes, which is rocket artillery research bonuses. This caps out with Sync Up, which is max planning factor, command power gain, and maximum command power. And then the shared tree, you have Detroit Arsenal, which upgrades Hell on Wheels' tanks. Did you know that? As well as gives you some tanks and tank technology production cost. You have General Motors, which is truck production cost. You have Shock and Awe, which is research bonus for artillery and a stockpile of artillery. And it capstones out with the Arsenal of Democracy. Negative 20% goods factor. Stability plus 5%. Construction speed plus 15%. Production efficiency cap plus 15%. And dockyard output plus 15%. We are going to see one of the most classic showdowns ever to occur in Commanders for a long time. This is a very, very classic build set from both players, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm very much looking forward to it. Okay, government cipher schools going in. Both players working on their spy networks already. I wonder, are we going to see any defense on the coastline here from our Axis player? We've seen a lot of Axis players fall victim to naval invasions from the Allies. Not seeing any such defense yet. All of it seems to be rushing tactics. I want to see what this template is. What are we working with? A 14 width with medium tank. Interesting. This is a very, very well-structured early game Space Marine build. It's got a decent amount of armor. It's got a decent amount of defense and breakthrough. This is about holding the line, doing a lot of damage for a relatively low cost. However, if it comes up against any large templates, it's going to kind of struggle. Let's take a look as well at these motorized. These are simple 8-width motorized divisions aimed to get to the VPs nice and early. Counteract that. Let's see what we've got going on over on the Allies, because we are 11 days away from war. The battle is about to commence. We have these templates. Again, very, very similar template as the other one, but this is 18 width. These will hit slightly harder, but they might be a little bit more costly. So let's also compare tank designs in a moment once we see the opening of war and we get the first initial stages out of the door. We also need to pause. We need to pause the game. We need to pause. We need to pause. Hey, can we pause very quick?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Just making sure that Allies one of your templates.
But this is part. Okay.
Yeah. Just so you know. Okay, all good.
Yeah.
Okay. From just to translate what that meant, this paratrooper template was 2 widths too small, therefore was a rule break. Luckily, it didn't get used, therefore we can just continue. It's players forget in between different rule sets. I have to remind them every now and then. I also tried to do that in a way that didn't reveal what was about to happen, because here we go. 2 days until the war. The real question in this early push, will these paratroopers go off? Because how will the air be contested? day one tick has happened, which allows the planes to get to the sky. So it is contested air. Paratroopers didn't go off right away. Let's see who's likely to get air superiority. Friendly planes already being lost to the allies. That means the paradrops are going to come late. And look at the Axis storming the advance all the way to Lucknow. These divisions were so speedy. That's the bonuses of these huge motorized divisions that are really well composed from this Axis tree. You also can back them up with these light tank divisions, which are also racing their way over there. They're both at Nagpur, securing that southern VP. This is a 3 VP point bleed, and the pressure is now on our allied player. This is a really good push out from Marcelo. Look at the amount of grounds being taken. They're actually reinforcing themselves. Supply is also looking really good from what I can tell, because Patna has been connected. The Dhaka line has also been built. Nagpur is about to be connected now that this fog of war area has been taken over, and it's a stronghold. However, we do have an encirclement at Lucknow. Is this one of the larger motorized divisions? Yes, this is one of the 24 width divisions. This will suck to lose, but it's already kept a 30-point bleed on nice and early. Let's take a look at the allies as well. What have they got in advance? Let's also take a look at divisions. 51 versus 62. So there's about an 11 division discrepancy, about to be a 10, unless this can be broken out, but it doesn't look like it's going to be close to. And there we go. One of those 24 with motorized already gone. Let's see. Are the first armored in the field anywhere, or have they been destroyed? I think that template's been nope, it's right here. So that's being used as part of a defense here on the line. We are seeing a lot of green bubbles from our allied player, which is good. How is the air scenario? They now have green air. Green air is now in the allies' favor. They can probably try to get those paratroopers off, but I don't think... No, I think they've converted the units. They have converted the units. So maybe we'll see a power drop later. Okay, now we're seeing that stable line being drawn. Again, 50 points already down for the allies is a huge, huge loss. So early in a map. I would also quickly like to say thank you to Lionheart over on Twitch for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. You are watching the first semi-final tonight of the grand final of Group 7 of the Commanders World Championships. A €5,000 tournament being hosted in coordination with Paradox Interactive in the HOI4 Commanders mod. It is a competitive game mod for Hearts of Iron 4. We are seeing Jarko versus... Marcelo in the first round of this game. And currently, our Axis player, who is Marcelo, is in the lead after taking a massive, massive leap towards the enemy in the early game. The lines have stabilized, and we're looking into how the allies can come back from this. Also, if you're wondering, friends, this is also being streamed on Steam and also on one of my tertiary YouTube channels, TMW eSports, which is where I put all my competitive play stuff. So if you have a preferred platform to watch on, you can check me out either on Twitch, on YouTube, or you can try and find the Steam broadcast. The Steam broadcast, however, is a little interesting, and so maybe come over to one of the live stream platforms. We'll also be part of the grand final showcase starting on the 7th. They have the quarterfinals over on Paradox Interactive's channel. You can join me, Dankus, CMOPS, and a whole host of other people to showcase these games all the way up. The minimum division size is 8 width for all divisions. It's not just paratroopers. The other specification that you want to look out for is navies can only be stacked at a minimum of 3 ships if they're out of port. For the full list of rules, go check out doros.to/HOI commanders. It has all of the event TOS, all of the other group stages. Everything that you need to know is on that website. Under the event TOS is where you'll also find the in-game rules and outer-game event-specific rules, the breakdown of the prizes, all sorts of good stuff. We are actually seeing an advance, though, here from our Axis player, pushing on into these jungle tiles, and they look like they might actually make some ground, but it is going to be close. Let's also take a look at the casualties. 48k for the Axis, 42 for the Allies. A pretty low casualty game. Let's also take a look at the air. It's contested again, and it's going to come down slightly to the placement of these air bases. You've got there's an air base near Lucknow that is in Allied control that I think would be providing better coverage in terms of air superiority. If you don't know how air superiority works in this game, being closer to the center of the zone actually increases the amount of superiority gain you have. So moving these fighters down here, they would have less ground to cover in their flight, therefore would be flying more efficiently. That being said, both players looking to just continue building up their industry for a later counter-offensive. Currently 391 VP points left for the Allies to play with. A full 500 for the Axis. The bleed is continuing as well. Allies need to either make a concerted effort to push towards Patna or Nagpur. And we are seeing it. This is a pretty decent push from our ally player. He's now defending this tile. Taking the mountains is a very, very well-known method. If you build some 25 width mountaineers supported by support rocket artillery or line rocket artillery, it's something that the US 12th Army does get really good bonuses towards getting. You can do some really good soft attack damage. And attacking through the mountains scarily is one of the best ways to attack both Lucknow and Patna and Lucknow. Sorry, I got those two confused. Because you actually deal with less of the open terrain, more defensive, plus you can actually avoid more of the crossings. Ooh, that's what's going on here. The Axis are actually piercing the US divisions. We have a new template in, which is using light recon tanks and support artillery. This is the majority of the line. And then these divisions are now 20 width. These have been boomed up. These were the 14 widths we saw earlier. They have been absolutely increased to be 20 widths now. I'm starting to sense maybe the nerves from the Allies are starting to kick in. Very good logistics background, though. Not lacking for equipment right now is Jarko. There's enough to make some plays here. Civilian industry coming in as well. I would argue that going for the M1 Grand and getting Calliopes is a need right now. Offsetting that 10% bonus if the Axis have it is going to be huge. The Axis do have that, so to get the M1 Grand, you'll start offsetting the bonuses there, although we're seeing a push for the Advanced Warfare School. For those who don't know, at the end of the industry tree, over here we have the Schools of Warfare. This gives you decisions to be able to upgrade your generals with either Adaptable, Engineer, or Commando for the first layer, and then it allows you to gain a research slot and gain additional attack or planning on generals, or defense or logistics on generals, still get the research slot, and then Elite Operations gives you the ability to get a new Special Forces doctrine on top of the one you already have. All very, very useful things, but it's about balancing those choices with getting your tree, and here we see M1 Grand going in. This is a good gain. I think Calliopes could have been out faster, getting those rocket artillery to give you that extra soft attack in these engagements. It's going to be very, very helpful. Allied template, still rocking the 18 with infantry, medium tank, and support artillery division. Pretty much across the board. The 132 width tank division also still in the field, I believe. Yeah, the first armored. Sitting pretty right in the center of the map. This is an important tile as it's a major crossroad in logistics. You don't want this to fall into the Axis hands. So I understand why it's parked there. Still got over the half of the VPs left. Allies have got time. And I think the real thing is to keep an eye on this air war. It is even trades right now. That being said, Allies have more planes in the air. But their planes are worse. No, that was not an average trade. Did you see that? That popped up to 7-6. Okay, the Axis are winning there. Absolutely are winning. I just heard I'm hearing Twitch alerts, but the Twitch alerts aren't enabled. So this happened last time. I do apologize.
Nearing the 60 months.
Thank you for whoever that was with the 60 months. Thank you so much. Again, these streams are on a delay. I really don't understand why I'm getting alerts, because none of the alert boxes are active, nor are they on this scene. So I've gone through and deleted them for even on hidden scenes. Anyway, air trades. Back to the air trades. Air trades looking a little rough for the Allies. Let's take a look. Our troops bombed as well. Huge cast damage coming in from the Axis. The plane designs look to be going better. Let's see if there's any actual discrepancy in the designs, or if this is all about Air Force placement. So, Allied air design. Let's take a look. What planes have we got? We've got the fighter. We got this cast, which is all using bomb locks. They've got extra fuel tanks, self-sealing fuel tanks, and strategic non-material usage. They're using engine 2s, and then the fighter is just straight heavy machine guns and the same bonuses, except they're also using armor plates. Let's go take a look over on the Axis. The Axis, on the other hand, I think is probably going to be a very similar design. The fighter is the exact same design. The CAS, however, is using heavy bomb locks instead of standard bomb locks and isn't using armor plating. Very interesting. So let's look at the placement of said planes. Oh, punched the mic. Apologies, friends. So, yeah, you can see I spoke about it before. These planes are being flown from an airport closer to the center of the air zone, therefore are more efficiently flying as they have less distance to cover before they go from base to the center of the zone. If we take a look at the Allies again, they've actually moved all of their air out. They're non-contesting it. They're going to train their planes. Oh, they lost one of their fighter aces. Again, that's going to be a little bit rough. So they moved out the air zone, but they were flying from here and here, which are much further away from central India, which is very much slowing down their ability to contest. Placing your air infantry is air infantry, your airplanes, far more important than you may first perceive. $250 VP points now. Halfway through this point bleed is only going to speed up the longer it goes before a switch in terms of VPs switching hands, or if we get a VP switching hands. Over time, the rate at which you lose VPs does increase. So whilst this currently says 250, this will rapidly deplete once you hit about the 200 mark. There goes towed rocket artillery. That's kind of what I feel like the Allies need. And we're starting to even the playing field again. Axis, however, are on the offensive, using their complete green air cover to their advantage. They're also training some of their planes in the field. Contested air again now. Let's see if these trades go a little bit better. Yeah, the Allies are now out trading the Axis. Let's see where the Allies put their air. They've put it in the correct air base as well. It's showing red air right now, but... oh, maybe these trades didn't upgrade. That just went to a 10. Why did these trades flip? Oh, I think as I changed perspective... yep, the Axis took some of their fighters off of training. So now it's back to green air cover for the Axis. Just as I say it, they're flipping between. Fighter race coming in here as well for the Allies. It's going to be a needed boon. These red bubbles are looking rough, though, for our Allied player. Ever since that first offensive, we haven't seen them being able to fight back. This is a great hold coming in from our Axis player as well. Sync up, that's the end cap focus for this tree coming on in. Now, just going to complete General Motors, Shock and Awe, and then Arsenal Democracy will be unlocked. Will it be in time, though, for that industry bonuses, those industry bonuses to matter? Adopting anti-tank tactics going to be coming in here for the Axis. This is going to provide a lot of towed AA and anti-tank, which is going to go very nicely into these templates if they've not already been put in. Help counter that airspace a bit more. Help counter any armored push coming out of the Allies. Sub-Zero coming in clutch here with info about the air trades. Currently, if I go our fighters lost, we see enemy fighters lost. We actually see a direct comparison of the IC trades here. Axis We're looking from the Axis point of view here. Axis are in red, Allies are in yellow. We're actually seeing a really even air trade game, and I think we're about to see some more. However, it's green air again now for the Axis, as I believe the Allies. They're still contesting, but I mean, gradually the Allies are winning this air war, I think. No, the Axis are winning this air war pretty handily. Sorry, I had this the wrong way around. I'm looking from the Axis point of view. This is the Axis, this is the Allies. Every now and then there's a spike in Axis losses, but nothing comparing to what damage they're doing to the Allies, mainly because the Axis are just sheerly outnumbering the Allies. The trades are, like, in fact, very even. The Axis just have more planes. Although those trades aren't very even. 4-9 right there. 6-5 looking a bit better. 8-3. What have the Allies got? Anything in store behind the lines? I'm not seeing anything. I'd like to be seeing some use of special forces here, I think. Just 4 units of 25 width mountaineers with support rocket artillery. Just boom through the mountains. Try and make a play up here, at least to try and get some damage in. And it's very difficult, though, with the air dominance the Axis are showing. Agent captured for the Axis as well. Both sides breaking scythers. Seeing some line movement to the north here. The Allies making very little gains, though. I don't think they're going to hold on to this position. Again, it's the plains are proving brutal for both teams. Unable to get a spearhead through at all. That's why I feel like our players need to, well, at least our allied player needs to be looking for another direction. Only 129 VPs left on this first match. First game of the match, should I say. Still a stagnant line and a very, very solid hold from Marcelo. Just 111 VPs remain for our Allies player. I feel like they might be heading slowly towards either an early surrender. There we go. I just felt it coming. There was just like, we haven't seen much movement. The writing is a little on the wall, and that will be game 1. GG, GG.
GG.
Okay. Well, we'll be moving here on to map 2. Are you guys good to go straight on, or do you need a little break?
I can go
Straight on? Okay. Who picked last map? Sorry, my brain has completely dusted. Okay. So, Jarko, you get to pick map this time. Sonnenblum. Okay. And Marcelo, you get to pick faction.
I will go for Axis then.
Axis. Okay. So Jarko, you'll be playing allies. Remember that the 5th Guards tank army and Army of the Isthmus are banned. Let's put up to 2 bans and let's get on with this next guy. Sorry, I've had a very long day. I need to write this stuff down next time. My bad.
Problem.
Remember to set the ban rule now that you've changed the map, and let's get ready to rumble. Okay, let's get in game. Okay, Jocko, who are you banning?
I think I will ban Armata del Polo.
Armata del Po. Okay, Marcelo, who are you banning?
Jag vill gå för... Eighth Army.
8th Army. Okay, good luck, have fun. I'll see you on the other side. Okay, gang, let me just update the overlays slightly because we are on a different map. That's right. Welcome back, everybody, to another match of HOI4 Commanders. Welcome to the OG, the original, the one and only. It is Sonnenbloom. This map is a 5 VP map, but what do I mean? Well, you're watching some HOI4 Commanders. This is the competitive mod for Hearts of Iron 4. And that brings it to 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3 scenarios. There's 3 ways to win. Either your opponent gives up, you capitulate your enemy, or you bleed their life points completely. How do you bleed VP points? Well, you hold the major VPs. On this map, there are 5. Malta, Garbez, Benghazi, Wadan, and Crete. This map combines a land and sea offensive, needing to hold the islands as well as the land in order to get yourself a majority in some regard, or either all of the land, or, you know, islands 1, 1 island, 2 land, all sorts of combinations, all sorts of plays that can happen. We've just banned a couple of the commanders, which are the specialist faction focuses you can get throughout the mod. Each one has a different play style and a different feel to it. Our players are doing their initial setup. We'll see a very similar game here at the beginning, with the real changes coming in later. If anyone has any questions or anything they'd like me to check out or talk about or explain, please let me know in chat, but do remember that there is a delay between what you're seeing in broadcast and the game actually happening. This is to prevent stream sniping, as there is money on the line today, as well as a slot in the grand final competition happening over on Paradox, where the winner of which could win up to 5,000 euros. So big stuff, big exciting stuff. And another reminder and remember, thank you Paradox for joining with Commanders to host this event and giving us the ability to put on awesome tournaments across the internet. Right, with that out the way, welcome back in. Did you know, if you've never been here before or never seen this before, Sonnenbloom was the first ever map we designed. The whole concept of Commanders, back when it was Commanders in Conflict, and before that, before it was Commanders in Conflict, it was called Duels in the Desert, was based on this map. The idea was this map. This is where it came from. It was a bite-sized Africa campaign duel. Like, that's where the entire concept of this game comes from. This also used to only be a 3 VP map, with Garbez, Benghazi, and Malta being the only VPs. We expanded that because we felt it necessary. We expanded the map as well to open up more desert. Historically, that has precedent. And there, obviously, because the SAS did a lot of stuff around this desert, hiding around, doing lots of fun things. Anyway, what are the key features of this map? Well, obviously, I've mentioned it requires both land and sea control to really get a hold of. The other element of this map is you'll notice that the railway networks on this map tend to stop. Our players will have to make sure that their supply is connected before they make an advance. The VPs, yes, they have supply hubs nearby, but these aren't connected to the supply network. You need to have time enough to build, not overextend your forces before you get supply, as supply is a key issue. Apologies if you hear any loud bangs as well, friends. There seems to be some fireworks going on outside because remember, today is the 5th of November, the Gunpowder Treason and Plot. This is your daily reminder as well to go and explode any forms of government that you don't like. No, that's not okay. No. We will keep all explosions in game here today. That's our go. Right, let's take a look at the production. Are we seeing anything out of the ordinary? No, we're seeing a very standard production setup coming out here from, I believe Marcelo is still on the Axis now? Yeah, Marcelo is still on the Axis. Jocko's still on the Allies here. Anything of intrigue on the Allies? No. The game is currently paused, but the speed has been put up, which means we're probably just about to start. Just waiting to see if there's a technical issue with the pause. And the game is now running. Good. Okay, so we have a 257-day build-up period before war begins. Our players are going to slowly work through their focus trees. The way that this tends to work right now, the current meta is players will start with rapid industrialization, going all the way down to the final arms industry export focus before they lock in one of their commander choices. They spend some time grabbing some of their commander tree, ready for war, and then they'll split, going between their command tree and buffing both their command school, which can be found at the bottom of this tree, as well as maybe picking up some expanded industrial sector. That's what we're about to see for a little while. Not much else will change. The other thing to keep an eye on is who they put in military staff. We're seeing Simeon Timoshenko going in to start a military army XP gain going in. Players will want to design up their templates. It's a big focus on getting that done nice and early. It's also a big test if we see a plane Air Force guy going in nice and early as well to get that air XP, to get those air designs going in early. And we're seeing a slight change of plans from the Allies. I like to see that. I'm not going to say it out loud, but I just will flick on the screen what that focus completion was. We are going to see a concerted effort towards this. Here we go. We're getting something. We're getting something different. Let's check what they've got from their MIO, the John and Brown Company. We've got no upgrades have been put in yet. No upgrades have been put in, but they've been assigned. So they're wasting their political... No, because it's not being used in the research. No, that's fine. There's no political power wastage. It's fine. Heavy MGs going in as well, so we are going to see a commitment to planes from the Allies. Let's check research on the Axis. Again, survivability studies coming in. Going to see a commitment to planes once more. Dispersed industry, I believe, from both players. Seems to be the meta right now is dispersed industry. I will say the Axis seem to be ahead already on dispersed 2 when the Allies are on dispersed 1. Anything interesting? Oh, hello, baby. That's right, we're actually seeing a commitment from both players towards the Navy. Kind of good. I'm glad to see it. We will see that a lot in this map. because the 2 VPs of the island, you kind of have to. It can be done without naval control, but you are giving up a long-term game advantage if you don't get ahead of the game early on Navy. Why? Well, technically, you could power drop onto these islands if you have control of the air, but with the changes where you can't day 1 power drop anymore, it makes the rapid clicks that are necessary, the high APM usage where you, for example, as the Allies, you used to be able to build an airbase here, day 1 drop to the airbase south of Benghazi, and then day 2 drop Malta. That's much harder to do, especially if there is a naval investment, say from the Axis. They build submarines. Even if you grab Malta and Crete, they will just starve you out because the submarines will just choke off your supply, and then they'll invade you in the late game, and it will be over. So you kind of have to commit to a navy now, which is in some regards okay. Obviously it can guide your faction pick, but also by dedicating some research focuses, getting yourself that early boon to dockyards, that can also be just enough sometimes, as long as you win the land war in combination with it. I feel like the Allies are ever so slightly behind the Axis player on tech, mainly because of their early double investment into planes. I think that slowed their industry research. Another interesting thing, though, here is what's being teched by the Axis. I'm surprised they are teching this rather than going for a focus tree, which gives them one of these. Which means we might be seeing a tree that doesn't necessarily give those. And, well, our Marta del Po has been banned, so we know what's going to be coming in here for the Axis player. We are seeing a Italian First Army pick. What is the Italian First Army pick? It is a combo pick. It is a wombo combo deal. It's kind of like the Americans on the Allied side. Actually, no, I'd say it's closer to Commonwealth 8th Army. What does it get? It's a good mix of things. In the shared tree, you get the fleet, but you also, in the First Army tree, you get tankettes, which is a bonuses to light tanks. You get ace generation chance and 150 fighters. You get 232 with motorized infantry companies as well, with some light tanks and support. You also get 3 mountaineer divisions. You get fighter production and research speed to all air research. You get special forces training, which does add special forces attack modifier, which will be great on those marine techs coming in. You get the Angel of Conquest, as well as you get special forces attack and special forces cap coming in. Bigger, you get a better political advisor as well for your special forces there. And then you get the Angel of Conquest capstone, more political power gain, less consumer good factories usage, damage to garrisons and requirement for garrisons is also really, really decent. In the shared tree, there's you get extra generals, you get a fleet, you get supply grace and hot acclimatization factor, and then by blood alone, the capstone is recruitable population, ground support from planes, division attack, and an air superiority bonus. So it's a combination of air and land with a little bit of navy. That explains what we've seen in the production line, the additional carriers being made for naval weight. Same with cruisers coming on in. That will go nicely with the breakout fleet in order to gain naval superiority. I doubt we'll see planes get put on those carriers. They'll just be being there for their production weight. Our allied player, on the other hand, looking to just go for a starvation fleet, essentially. Going for the undersea warfare as kind of a role reversal between an Axis and an allied fleet composition here. We've got a big high seas fleet coming out from the Axis and a sneaky, beaky submarine navy coming out from the Allies. Let's see what we've got coming in. And armored trains. Armored trains means we're Soviets? Hello, Third Shock Army. 5th Guards Tank Army, of course, is banned. We've got the Third Shock Army in, well, what is Third Shock Army? They are a mass assault tree. They provide you with armor trains, which is winter attrition, supply consumption, supply range. You also get some trains for free. You get the VDV, which is 2 18-width paratrooper divisions. You get the 79th Rifle Corps, which is a bonus to artillery production, as well as 2 infantry divisions of 22 width. It also gives extra breakthrough to line artillery. You get Stalin's organs as well, which is 2 40 width motorized rocket artillery divisions. These pack a soft attack punch. This will chew through people like a knife through butter. And then the armed militias, you get 10 militia divisions. There's a lot of troops in this army. You get a lot of troop spawn-ins. You also get a lot of infantry equipment. And every month you receive 1,000 equipment. That's not too shabby. This caps out with 150 CAS under the 128th Short-Range Bombing Regiment. You get a railway gun here, as well as, I believe, got a new commander that gives you army organization, reinforce rate, and encirclement penalty. And then the final capstone is no step back. But you also get the shared tree bonuses, 20 submarines, mechanized and motorized production, plus some units of them. You also get plane production bonuses here, and you can actually put women in your planes, which means you use slightly less manpower on fighter and air force units. And then no step back, which I was just talking about. Organization loss below 20%. Someone's clicked their navy, which means I'm kicked out of the tree. You get non-combat out of supply penalties, consumer goods, factories factored, division recovery rate, stability, division attack, all good things. This tree is actually weirdly suited extremely well for the desert environment. You take so much less supply usage that actually connecting your supply isn't going to be as necessary, allowing you to push a little bit further early on. Okay, we're going to be relatively close to war now. Just 5 days. We're going to see these initial plans get taken. Let's just double check what the Axis are going for. A very, very navally focused push here onto those islands, whereas the Allies doing something I mentioned earlier on about those fast clicks. Let's see how this plans out for them. Remember, there's the day one delay. Let's see if any counter-air can go up, and we'll see how these VPs fall in just a moment. War has now been declared. And here we go. Allies making, Axis making a lot of land gains here. We've actually got submarine engagement off of the Axis coast, slowing down those naval invasions. Paratroopers have landed on Crete. Paratroopers have landed next to Benghazi and on Benghazi. We've got to see these quick flips from the paratroopers, and boom, there they have the early landing on Malta. This is a great turn of events for the Axis, the Allies. It means the VP bleed is on the Axis now, even with the Axis spawning all the way to Wadan. They are pushing fast through this desert. You'll notice these motorized divisions here, 8th with motorized. They are trying to push really, really hard. They're trying to get to El Agalia. El Agalia falling would be huge because this would mean that the Axis could dominate supply all the way through this region and start putting early pressure on Benghazi. These 3 VPs still going to be very under threat from the Axis. The Allies now have to try and turn away these naval invasions. Otherwise, this lead could instantly flip into a 5 VP lockdown for the Axis. So we are watching with bated breath here. The first naval invasion is landing. Will these paratroopers hold? Let's check how big these paratrooper divisions are. They the VDV ones, or are they extra spawn-ins? These are only 8 widths. These might not withstand a force attack if timed well. And if naval invasion comes, well, Malta is going to be held, though. The line has been made as well. Elagalia is going to the Allies. Supply will be secured. They will need, however, to create a supply line all the way through to connect up this mountain supply hub in the Serencatia. I always struggle with that Roman province name. Anyway, the battle for Wadan now is firmly on, with the Allies managed to take in the mountain supply hub. However, they are on the defensive and there is a big push towards them. I think with the amount of troops in the area, they will hold, because the Axis supply lines are incredibly stretched. Not taking Tunis, whilst not necessarily a problem right now, it means they've only got a thin strip of land to work through. The already connected railway networks are not in place. All the supply is coming navally into Tripoli and Gabes and then being shipped over, essentially on foot, because there are no railway lines inland. What we need to see from our Axis player is to go back, grab this area so at least these supply hubs are connected to their home base network, and then we see a railway network coming here through the desert, down, connecting up to the Wadan supply hub, at least to bring some breathing room. And we're seeing this singular motorized division going back and doing that just now. Let's see if the land war has shifted in any way. A battle for Wadan has begun. Huge push from that mountain, easily defending, but because of the double combat penalty, Wadan is going to be safe here. Both the island VPs are down, and this time it is the Allies who are bleeding the Axis. Jarko takes the early lead. Allies might be about to take Wadan here. There's a bigger retreat happened on the south side of Wadan. Tanks have managed to reinforce the Wadan pocket, but this is only a yellow bubble. If they can get the multi-combat bonus going on in, the Allies might have this. Supply is connected for the Allies, but it's out for the Axis. You can see these light tanks already getting pushed back. The tankettes not making it to the front line. This could end up being an encirclement as well if the Allies keep pushing through and these defenses of Wadan do not get retreated in time. If this force here from the mountains push through, we could see them connects up here, which might be just what's about to happen. The Axis need to pull out of Wadan. Expertly, our ally player as well has left troops back defending the supply hub just on the mountains overlooking Wadan. Basically, this VP has mountains on either side overlooking with a supply hub that each player can try to push from. Controlling them is an anchoring Axis point that will turn the tide of the front line here. And this is looking rough. Okay, the Axis did pull out of Wadan. Rightly so. Preventing the loss or a greater encirclement around that VP. We could have seen a very, very early victory there, had that been the case. Oh, just moments later as well, the supply hub on the Axis side of Wadan has now been connected through construction. I just want to quickly take a look at the casualties. 18k to the Allies, a whopping 62k to the Axis. That's the damage that being out of supply does to you. When you're defending, when you're attacking, you take so much more damage if you are out of supply. And look, the Allies are not stopping. They know they've got Greenland. They want to push up their zone of control. And if they get control of this supply hub, it will just root in their defense even further. Let's take a look at the air war. Air war, however, not being contested right now for the Allies. The Allies are holding back. They're training up their forces. Meanwhile, the Axis, I believe, are flying planes. They've got 300 fighters in the air, over 300 fighters in the air, patrolling the skies of Tripoli. They do not want to be power dropped. They don't want to lose supply through any hijinks. They want that control. I just want to shout out someone who is in chat. Thank you to SumZero for also sharing the mod and being around in chat. SumZero is one of the fantastic modders on the Commanders mod. He will also be joining me as one of the expert analysts on the broadcast over when we switch over to Paradox. He is someone I labeled way back when this began as a wunderkind. He's actually too young to compete in this tournament, but he is an expert. He helps mod this. He very, very early on almost beat some of the most talented HOI players that the HOI scene knows at this game. He's an absolute legend. So say hi to him. If you have any mod specific questions as well, give him a ping, annoy him. But yeah, he's a really cool guy, and if he was old enough, I guarantee he'd be making it into this competition. You know, with a little bit of practice, should I say. We're at the midpoint stalemate right now. The heavy bleed is on, though, with the fall of Wadan. Now, 4 VPs for the Allies. Just one singular VP of Gabez in control for the Axis. This bleed is going to speed up fast. Let's take a look at the naval game. Currently, only a submarine fleet out for the Axis, looking to try and starve the supply around Malta. Allies, on the other hand, full domination of the sea. They do not want any supply making it over, any naval invasions anywhere over. And look at this as well. Allies using those early militia spawns, those weak little 10-weight divisions, just to secure their coastline, their massive coastline. They want to make sure that no hijinks happen. This is a really secure hold, and this is looking like a completely different Jarko from match 1 of this game. We have a series, ladies and gentlemen. We have a series, and just as I say that, the Axis Green Bubble offensive is happening. This is an offensive and a counter-offensive going on from the Allies and Axis in their own rights. Allies looking to try and put pressure on the heights above Wadan here, try and gain this supply hub to unanchor the entire Axis front line. Axis, on the other hand, they want their land back. They have supply now. They're going to start trying to put pressure on Wadan. They need to stop the bleed. Allies look to be gearing up here for an offensive. Let's take a look at their main. We're seeing actually a very, very similar breakdown of forces here. Very similar division designs from Jarko from the previous game. This is going to be an infantry division to keep an eye on here. From Marcelo. No air contest coming. This could be worrying for the Allies, because now with 416 fighters in the air and already 50, almost 60 CAS in the air, this will start doing some serious damage to both the units and supply for the Allies. And this going uncontested, actually there's really not enough planes at all to contest this. About half as many fighters but double the CAS is not going to be able to withstand that. The Allies are going to really struggle to get green air now, which could see the turn of battle. And actually, we are seeing some expert use of the spawning units come in here from our Axis player, using those Mountaineers to push the mountain tile over here. And we're actually seeing a last stand come in from the Allied player. Last stand here from these infantry divisions, 14 width. Last stand, of course, giving them better defense stats, but it means they'll take more casualties. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the casualties. 32k for the Allies, 81 for the Axis. Still Allied favor in terms of casualties. Allies might struggle to hold this mountain tile here, which could leave Wadan under threat very easily here. More men being brought up from the reserves here for the Allies. Axis with this renewed counteroffensive. We're starting to see first retreats on this battle. It's flip-flopping, but Axis might have this unless a retreat meme happens. Gotta keep an eye on this tile, I think, more than anything. Also over here might get clicked. This is a big attack, to be fair. Yeah, okay, no, the Allies are going to hold this. Allies still using gun 1s. Oh, no, they do have gun 2s in production. I saw it at the bottom of the tree there. Fighters also in production. Trying to keep a small reserve of gun 1s going throughout the game. That's not a bad shout. To be fair, I do that in base game HOI as well, myself. Let's take a look at their tank design. This has become kind of the tournament meta design. We're seeing this a lot throughout the event. It's a combination of a tier 3 turret, the improved medium cannon, a lot of extra ammunition for that breakthrough and defense, but it does reduce the reliability a massive amount. Bonus piercing from the special, from the squeeze bore adapter. We are seeing the Stalin's organs make it to the field. They're going to be running their way up now. Diesel engines, riveted armor, and the boogie suspension. Now, let's take a look at Stalin's organs. These motorized rocket corps. Look at that soft attack. 408 soft attack, 69 hard attack. It is mechanized and motorized rocket artillery. It packs an absolute punch. They're a costly division, though. If you lose these, it's a blow. Plus, if they take losses from being pierced or being destroyed, you're not going to recover them very easily. It's a very icy heavy unit. I mean, icy, not icy cold. Not winter, but industrial capacity. Another probing attack coming from our Axis player. I like that the Katusha rocket divisions are being held back in reserve right now, hidden from the front line. If we take a look over onto the Axis point of view, those can't be seen. Those are invisible right now. They don't know they're back there. They'll be ready to exploit a breakthrough if it occurs, and I like that. I also really like this from the Axis. I like that they're not just letting the single front be the entire focus of this game. Look at this division as well. These are huge. This, however, going to be an issue. Out of fuel. That will explain the random supply bubbles I was seeing over here. Axis are out of fuel. Ladies and gentlemen, we have quite the game on our hands. Just 200 VP points now, though, for the Axis. The Allies have had such a domineering bleed on the entire game. Right now, our Allied player is just happy to sit and rest, keep these troops pinned down on the front line. However, I personally, I wouldn't be letting up. I'd be looking to exploit and push this if I can. I would argue our Allied player is doing that. But if they can do it, they can. And let's take a look at this from the Allied point of view, because something is happening. Their navy has caught someone. Do they know? Do they know that this is a naval invasion coming in? Did it get cancelled? Nope, it did not. Here it comes. Currently, a last stand going in on those veteran VDV divisions, those 18-width paratroopers that are holding on Malta as they steer off the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Marines from the Italian 1st. Air support, though, might turn this battle the Marines are piercing through. The last stand even is only going to last for another 7 days here. The other thing is, I don't think the Maltese paratroopers will be able to recover this naval invasion if it happens another couple of times. Also, there goes the chain breaker. There we have the railway gun. Get this moved up to the front line. Both players' eye is now locked on this invasion of Malta. Fun fact, my grandfather was stationed partially in Malta when in World War II. Personal connection to this front. And here we have an Axis offensive again on land. This is really good. Honestly, the Axis constantly probing different directions here is a really good... And they're going to take Malta. This is going to slow the bleed. This is excellent. And there we have it. The 2 paratroopers completely overrun and wiped out by the naval invasion. The naval invasion is, however, being caught by submarines. Let's see how much damage they do before the Marines land. I'm trying to click onto the Marine divisions. Can I see? They've got a lot of strength. These were some huge divisions. It's no wonder that those paratroopers actually bit the dust. That's also a really good health trade. Let's take a look at the casualties now. 138k to the Axis, 96k to the Allies. Allies creeping up in the losses now. That's also going to slow the bleed when that finally flips over. Now, where do the Axis go next? Are they going to make a push for Wadan to flip the switch there? Or are they going to maybe make a go for Crete? Where do you think, guys? I love the HOI music, but I don't think it's intense enough for this. So give me a moment. Maybe not. That one wasn't. This was from a hype album, and it doesn't feel very hype right now. This feels a bit better. There we go. Agent captured. Wait. The Allies just reinforced Malta. They used their they created more paratroopers and they reinforced Malta. The battle's going to start again. I need to double check these. I need to check this Navy. I need to check the Navy rules. I'm using the... Because those submarines are on always engage. No, we don't have it in the rules. Okay. Well, our Soviet player is throwing more men into the meat grinder by converting divisions into more paratroopers, para-dropping them into Malta because they do not have a loss of the air control. They have green air over the central Mediterranean, restarting this battle, which is going to still lose to the naval invasion, but it's going to keep slowing it. All the while, these submarines, some of these are a rule break because they are not in stacks 3, but that's because they're all dying. That can't be helped. I was like, hang on, these aren't in stacks 3. That's because they are all dying. And there we have it. Allies win. Wow. What a game. What a game. Really good hold from the Allies. Good job from Jarko. This is going to a match 3, everybody.
Salone.
Hello, hello, hello.
Crazy. Crazy.
What a game. What a game, guys.
Yeah.
Always engage slap.
always engaged up like crazy meta.
Yeah, that used to be against the rules, but it didn't. It's not in the revised tournament rules.
Yeah.
So you're fine, but Christ, that was a good hold. Also, a really good push early on there, Jarko. Right, we're going to a map 3. Do you two need a break, or are you good? Do you want to just get this over?
2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay. Friends that are watching at home, we're going to go quickly put this to an ad break. We will be back with the final game of this matchup in just a moment.
Faithful subjects and brave warriors of the German Empire. Our Reich now dominates Europe. A testament to the power and resolve of the German nation. One by one, the mighty have fallen. The burdens of Versailles are being paid back in the fear of our enemies. It is German science that has sharpened our dagger. And it is German science that will deliver our final strike.
Just a strategy game, it's a ground strategy game.
That's an encirclement, mate. Encirclement. It's not looking good. Yeah, oh, it's like already encirclements. That's like 8 divisions, more than that. I mean, it's like... There we have it. CMOS is our champion. The allies needs to win here now. They're going to win out of 3 bubble. Flankers is in the stream. The back section is fine.
Welcome to the 4th video about our upcoming expansion, Goethe Demo.
Okay, welcome back. We are back with the final match of this map. Final map of this matchup. Jarko versus Marcel, our first semi-final of today. We are going into the 3rd map. Who had the previous map pick? Whose map pick is this now?
Me. So now it's Marcelo pick.
Yeah.
Yep. So
it's
Marcelo.
me.
Yep. What map would you like, sir?
I think at the gates.
At the gates. Oh, I haven't seen that one this season yet. Thank you. Okay. Jarko, who are you playing on at the gates?
I think I'll go Axis.
Axis at the gates. Excellent. Okay. Well, good luck. Let's get in game. Let's do those bans. We can get the show on the road. Sorry, I'm not rated up, am I? My bad. Okay, let's get the bands in. We'll start with you, Marcelo.
So Army of the East Most is banned. Banned is also banned. Armata del Po. And I'm banning 4th Army.
Okay.
Okay.
No, I'm banning
Who's the final ban from the Allies?
US 12th Army.
US 12th Army. Okay. Good luck. Let's get this game on the road. Fantastic. All right, I will see you guys on the other side. Best luck to you both. So here we have it, the final game of this matchup on At the Gates. I realized I haven't taken a screenshot of this for my screenshot archive to update for the other tab. So I'm going to quickly take a quick screenshot for At the Gates. We are here. This is the map that came in at the beginning of last season, if I remember correctly. This was our largest map yet, and it is a pretty big map. This is a wide front offensive. It's another 5v map, and I will tell you the name of the game in just a moment, because hello everybody and welcome to HOI Commanders. This is the competitive Hearts of Iron mod that brings Hearts of Iron into a 1v1, 2v2 or 3v3 scenario. This is At the Gates. This is one of our 1v1 maps for this 1v1 tournament. We are seeing the third game in a best of 3, Jarko versus Marcelo. These players are playing for essentially their tournament lives right now. Jarko, this is his final chance to make it through to a final, to make it through to the main event. Marcelo has, I believe, one more chance over on a different group stage. So this is it for both of them. We're going to see their initial clicks coming in, but what is the name of the game? Well, HOI Commanders means there's 3 ways to win. Basically, either your enemy surrenders, you capitulate their territory entirely, or you bleed down their entire life point total. You'll see that at the top of the screen or at the side of the screen in this overlay down here above the image of the map. Basically, if you hold the majority of the VPs, you bleed your opponent's life, and those can switch at any time in the map. It's like a tug of war. This map has 5 VPs, as I mentioned: Stalingrad, Milorovo, Voronezh, Tambov, and Mikhailovka, I believe, are the 4 VPs here. Borisoglast, here is a key point. The main thing to look at here is supply, because if you control Borisoglast, you can actually put pressure on Tambov and Mikhailovka in terms of defensive. It's the same over here. If you own Rostov, you can put pressure on Stalingrad. There's a lot of supply that will change hands. The key things to note for this map: there's a lot of open plains. It makes tanks viable. It makes a lot of faster moving armies a lot more viable. There's less trees, but you do have some huge river crossings to undertake. I'm excited. I haven't seen this map in the new meta. I'm not sure how it's going to handle out. We saw some really interesting plays on this before, and I don't actually know what factions we're going to see for once. I'm very, very excited. I'm going to get a prediction going on Twitch. It will already be absolutely out. Also, we have more semifinals on the way after this. Don't forget, we have a second semifinal, which is going to be Katalak versus oh gosh, I can't see because of streamer mode. Daily Deister. They're going to be following, and then the winner of both this match and the next one will play our final tonight. It's all happening tonight. You've got a lot of HOI games to watch. There's a lot of action still to be had. So this is who's going to win: Jarko or Marcelo. Let's start that poll. I have to say, Marcelo was under a new form that last game. First map, they looked really shaky. The nerves were there, but that second map of Sonnenblume, they really dominated. Now, they've had their faction pick. This is not their map pick. Let's see how they handle it. Will it get the better of them? Do we have any identifying markers coming in on the production front? Nothing for the Axis. Nothing standing out there. Anything... Again, nothing for the allies. We're seeing a very, very standard play right now, which is waiting for the unpause. It will be further down the line that we get that in going. And there we have the unpause. The pause has begun. We're now in the 275-day build-up period. Speed 4 all the way, and it goes down to speed 3 when the game begins. Hope everyone's doing okay tonight as well. Like I said, because this is going to be a long night and a long week for me, do apologize if I go a little bit quiet every now and then. I don't have another co-caster to bounce off right now, and I need to rest my voice from time to time. Agencies being formed by both our players. Something that we don't get to talk about nearly enough is the strength of agencies. Agencies are so strong in this mod if you utilize them well. They help break entrenchment, keeping a micromanagement on top of your control of the agencies, like keeping, making sure your agents are active, they're near the front lines, will help you overcome your enemies. Plus, you can use them both actively in game, like I just explained, but also use them to get extra information. If you have a good spy network on your enemy, you can go into their nation tab, into the intel ledger, and see where they're putting down their production. See if they've taken any identifying bonuses. You can try to guess what commander they are earlier, allowing you to build around that, build a counter to that, because you can try to anticipate builds. Intel is king. And something we just saw there from the allies, we are going to get some fighter focus again. We are going to have an air war. Air war has been squiffy for both of these players, with only one really having dominance the entire time. We're seeing a slightly better control of the air from our Axis player. From Marcelo, who is our allied player, who is putting some space into planes already. Earlier, Jarko, a bit more of a weaker air game, but has had some strong tactics nonetheless. Interesting, already seeing a divergence in the standardized production. We are seeing some early light tanks here from Jarko. Early light TDs. I wonder which tree we're going to see that combine with. Another thing about this map, you very rarely have to worry about Navy. There isn't a Navy map. This is a land map. We won't be seeing any of our big naval factions, but we might see quite a few of our tank factions appear now. There's a lot of options for the Axis coming out. There's far less options, I'd say, for the Allies, especially with that ban phase that we've seen thus far. Also, just as a reminder to everyone, this is on a delay. You are seeing this slightly in the past compared to when I'm streaming it. That's for the security of the game and to make sure that our game stays very fair. Continued arms industry going in. Again, to explain, our players tend to go down to the final arms industry bonus here, and then, boom, they tend to start exploring the tree. So we'll be seeing our tree picks in a very, very short amount of time. Around the 150-day mark is when we'll start seeing faction picks come in. This stream would be much better if during each round it would be if it was told who was playing each side. You know what? Just because it's you, I'll live edit it. I will live edit that for you, user watching, who I'm not even sure of the name of. Let me be clear. I'm doing this for you and not casting the game. I can absolutely fix that right now because I'm a professional. I will take on your advice. Plus, we're in the build-up phase that we've seen already twice, and we'll try to go over it a bit more in a moment. Right, let me check who's who. We're seeing an OKW flick on my screen. I'm seeing that right now. And let me just quickly go to the player map mode. Look at this. Live edit is done. Live edit is absolutely done. Boom. You see the flags now. There you go. Okay, let's catch up on what the build-up's been. Now that I've been suitably distracted for so long. Oh, we're seeing one of the new factions. Hello, hello. Over on the Axis, we are seeing an OKH pick. The 9th Army Wehrmacht. This is normally banned away. This is one of our latest factions. This is a mass assault doctrine pick over on the Axis. It gives you Opal, which is truck production and loads of trucks. You get Veterans of the Western Front, which gives you army experience. Army experience gain, division experience gain, and division attack. Lessons of Kursk gives you bonuses to towed anti-tank and also increased hard attack for anti-tank, plus 600 units of the stuff. You get Ost Legion, which is 6 reservist divisions and 8 penal divisions, all of which are 10 and 8th width. It's a lot of troops to the board. Really helpful on a map like this. You have the Bellowing Cows, which is motorized rocket artillery. You get 3 motorized rocket artillery divisions, 32 width. This is essentially Panzerwerfers and their supporting troops around. That's the nickname of the Bellowing Cows, comes from the Panzerwerfer. These things will just fling rockets at you. You also have the Grenadier upgrade package, which gives all infantry hard attack and piercing. You also then cap out with the Wolf, who gives you war support, experienced soldier losses reduction, and special forces capacity modifier increase, with a bonus to light infantry attack and defense, and 150 political power. You get Silent Hunters, 25 submarines, which won't really help here. Mauser, which is an infantry equipment production cost reduction. The MEFO bills, which gives consumer goods factories factor negative 33% for military factory and military. Oh my gosh! And military factory construction speed plus 20%, and then case by case, which gains war support plus 20%, planning speed plus 30%, and max planning factor plus 20%. This is a hard-hitting infantry build. It's a lot of troops to find, and we're seeing it again. We are seeing Stalin's organs. We are seeing the Third Shock Army. We're essentially having match-to-match, mass assault, manpower to manpower. It is just going to be troops on the line, rockets flung everywhere, with some very subtle differences. What are the main differences between the street? You get slightly fewer motorized rocket divisions. You get slightly more support because you get CAS, you get paratroopers, and you get the railway gun. However, you get less troops on the field. Very similar bonuses along the line, and their shared tree mainly gives them production and manpower rather than attack bonuses. This is gonna be a tough one, guys. It's gonna be a real tough one, I think. We're just 30 days now away from the war. The assembly lines have begun. Let's take a look at troop count as well with these 2 mass assault builds. 74 divisions versus 86 divisions. This map does have slightly elevated manpower than the other maps, so you can help fill the line. And boy, oh boy, do you need it. We are going to see a true battle for Stalingrad for once, and we are going to do it whilst listening to dubstep. Let's go. Yeah. If only the war declared on that drop, that would have been absolute. I would have been like a master moment of the stream. But yeah. Allies and Axis looking real strong. let's take a look at the generals as well that you get with the new Wehrmacht tree. You get Werner Fritz, Wilhelm Bauer. You get a lot of middle tier infantry leaders. You get a Swamp Fox and a Ranger, though, which come very much in handy. And then the Field Marshal, very strong. Look at the Ranger and the offensive abilities, oh my god, the offensive capabilities of Rolf Huber. Sorry, my mouth is not catching up with my brain right now. Bellowing Cows is in. We're going to see those motorized divisions. These are the 8th widths we were going to see our Axis player use to push towards the VPs. The Bellowing Cows, however, being put into their own general, being moved down south, it seems, for the majority here. These are huge divisions. Look at this. Only 344 soft attack, though, compared to the Soviet pick. The Soviet pick, obviously, the main difference between these divisions is the German tree has motorized, whereas the Soviet tree has mechanized. And here we have it. War is about to be declared. This is day 1. Similar builds. Relatively similar. No, not at all. I was about to say similar troop counts. No, there is a whole 20 divisions more Axis coming towards us. And that's going to be coming down to these penal battalions, to these random reservist divisions, these much smaller divisions using to flood the lines. And look how fast they are moving. We've seen a VP already flip. Stalingrad already falling to the Allies. Tambov now also falling to the Allies. Voronezh going over to the Axis. It is a rush for Stalingrad. The 2 rocket divisions try to catch up. They see each other, though, and back off. Look at this push. Look at this push. We might actually see an early encirclement of these rocket divisions if they're not careful. They are getting counter-clicked. This is going to come down to which battle finishes first. Okay, no. We've got a stagnation on the line. The other rocket divisions making their way towards Milorovka, but they are being defended against. The slightly bigger Axis advance, though, is going to be able to maneuver around the Allies a bit more, find those gaps. The thing about this map is it is a huge front line. You're going to... And if you can't fill it, you can with a strong enough force, you'll find that there are gaps. But there's an encirclement. There's an encirclement of the 2 rocket divisions from the Axis. 2 of the 3 are now on a last stand. Going to be taking huge amounts of damage here, and they are at risk of getting destroyed. Go away, focus. This is not the time. The Axis might be about to lose one of their key pieces and put them on a huge back foot for the opening of this game. The other Katyushas from the Allies now being locked down, unable to close that pocket. It is amount of time. All forces are being directed into rescuing these encircled divisions. They cannot be lost. But I think they're going to be. The advance has been stopped. The front line has been deleted in slight desperation there. And there we have it. Encircled and destroyed. That is a huge blow for our Axis player. 2 of the 3 rocket divisions gone. Wiped out. That being said, Allied losses far heavier right now. Let's see if this continues, if the hold can be going on. By the way, Allies, majority of the VPs right now, they are bleeding the Axis, and that is a big blow. Let's take a quick look at air. There is an air contest going on. Trades are continuing. Pretty even on those trades. It's early doors yet. Allies got to be feeling pretty confident about destroying those pieces. But they are being pressured on all fronts. Supply is not looking great in the south either, which is where one of the Katyusha divisions is currently at risk. They need to connect up this supply really, really quickly. There is also river supply on this map. That's another key thing to note, especially through the Stalingrad region. This front should be secured as soon as this supply hub in Elstia flips on. It just needs a couple more days as it's not connected to the capital just yet. VDV now being picked up. Those paratroopers, can they be used to loosen up the defenses? Probably not right now with the contested air, but we'll see in the future. We're seeing some green bubbles here now from the Axis, especially towards Mikhailovka. I'm going to go with Mikhailovka. I apologize for any Russian speakers. Oh, but in the south, we've got an encirclement. Battle back, blow by blow. The Allies are just slowly whittling away Axis troops. Yes, the Axis had more, but now they are taking some losses. 85 divisions now to the 74 in the field. No losses yet from the Allies in terms of actual divisions, but a huge amount actually from the Axis. Axis being a little less careful. VPs now in Axis favor because Tambov in the north has fallen. Tambov is often one of the VPs we see flip hands quite a lot on this map. It's relatively out of supply compared to the other VPs, so whoever can pivot around Tambov with enough supply early on can normally shift this around if you can get a big enough advance. Whereas the others are very locked into a singular supply chain. Tambov is out on the flank, out on a limb. So we see a lot of pushes between Borisov Oblast and Penza from the Allies, and then Voronezh from the Axis being able to push up, get some really good pushes. You can see a lot of encirclements as well up against the corner of the map on this one. Taking a look across the line. Axis line in the south looking actually pretty weak. They're at risk in this entire flank being folded. Allies would be good now to try and push actually towards Crimea a little bit. Really stretch the advance, but they don't want to get them past the river here. If they push all the way to the Don, the Axis will actually have a better hold. Where they continue to use their troop advantage. This could get a little bit dicey here for the Allies. They've retreated in time. Good APM here. Marcelo pulling out the stops, but the VP bleed is on both of them now. VP bleed will flip to Axis favor very soon now that they've taken Tambov over in the north. Mikhailovka is no longer under threat, however. There isn't any divisions just sitting on there. Seeing these Katusha divisions being redeployed. Axis might actually pick up on this if they move slightly too close to the front line. Mikhailovka again now back under threat. This map is going to be a real toss and turn, I feel like. Rocket artillery have made it to the south. Allies have seen that this is a possible weakness, a possibility to exploit, but the Axis are on a counter-offensive. They're going to try and push in, see if they can capture anything in the south here themselves. Supply is stretched. Let's take a look at losses. They're going to be much higher than any game we've had so far. 265 already on the 265,000 on the Axis to 199,000 on the Allies. Axis losing far more than the Allies, even though they had the troop advantage. And look at this, an encirclement again. This is what I mean, calm and collected. Jarko has actually turned around. Sorry, Marcelo has actually turned this around. Apologies there from the slip. This is what happens when they're both playing the same faction for 2 games and then flip in the final one. Clever use of those rocket artillery, knowing that the Axis now also can't counter it with their own, considering they lost 2 of the 3 that they had now being used directly in the north. And we're seeing a push through here as well. A faster, smaller motorized division now moving all the way to Rostov. Rostov's going to turn off some of the supply for the south here. This push troops across the Don. This might be another encirclement. We might be heading to a quick end to this game if this advance from the Allies cannot be stopped. Rostov counterattacked. Managed to fall back into the Axis hands. These weak offensives, these weak front lines, really proving a difficulty for the Axis, considering how many losses they've taken so early on. They don't have any troops in recruitment. They do not have the logistics to recruit more troops right now. They have not the guns, they have not got the artillery, but they need to patch some of the gaps. So their industry needs to take over. That being said, they currently hold the majority of the VPs. The bleed is on the Allies. It is the ball is in the Allies' court. And the ground that was so quickly taken is being so quickly retaken by the Axis now that the push has stopped. Both of these players expertly teasing the lines across all fronts, trying to redirect the APM. This is such a more intense game to cast on my own with such a big front line. I do apologize if I miss anything. Chat, please shout out if you see something just to alert your fellow viewers, even if I've missed it myself. But this is a big offensive now, probably looking to try and cause a pocket near Tambov. Again, the top of the map here. It is a risky location for anyone in the north. You can be crushed against the null area, the X-sense of the map, and this looks to be what Marcelo is doing to Jarko. The Allied nations have decrypted the Axis Scyther as well, so they're going to get the intel advantage on this push. And look at the green bubbles across the line. The single Panzerwerfer division trying to support the Tambov pocket that is slowly being tightened. The noose, the rope around the neck of Tambov, and the 10 divisions or so that are in this northern sector are now fully under threat. Can they hold? A last stand goes in to make sure that they do. I don't think this is going to be exploited anytime soon, but either way, the losses are going to really start ramping up. You can see 240 for the Allies. We're almost at 400k for the Axis. We might be about to see an 1 million death game. 1 million troops might get lost in this game. And Tambov is going to be a key focus right now. The pressure is on. A two-pronged offensive is going in. This will probably see the VP flip just in time as well, as the Axis have just taken advantage, taken the lead in VP points. The Allies know that they're now definitely on the back foot. They're currently statistically losing the game in terms of points, but they are winning in terms of troop count. But they need to stop that bleed just to give themselves a more secure win. We're seeing a slight break in the action now. Both players probably bled quite a lot of logistics to make that work. The Allies now looking to keep their gun count high. They're looking to build some CAS by the looks of it. They've got CAS in the field. Do they have control of the airspace? Right now, yes, they're losing less fighters in the trades. And they are bombing enemy troops. So currently the Allies have dominance over the airspace. Axis very much struggling logistically compared. Not able to put any fighters in production. Relying on building some medium tanks. 1,000 guns in the hull. No national focus is being picked now. The pressure has actually reached our players so much that they're forgetting to take focuses. They're delaying their research. They're misclicking. They're missing their times. Jarko is feeling the strain. Another offensive in the south. These Katyushas getting moved expertly around the map, being redeployed, deployed and redeployed, deployed and redeployed. The Axis using their singular Panzerwerfer as well as a counter defense, redeploying it everywhere they go. These players are locked in. They are looking for each other. They are taking the trades. They are taking the fight. That's a retreat meme, though. This could be dangerous. This Panzerwerfer division cannot get the ground. It does not have the support enabled it does not have the recovery speed to output against these Katyushas. Luckily, these two divisions did get retreated into the same tile to give them some defense. But there we go. The gap is being pushed again. They're looking to close another little pocket, take a little cut. I love this probing movement here from our allied player. But they know when they've been countered. They extend into the line. When they see a red bubble, they go, okay, we've outstayed our welcome. Let's go back. Caused enough damage, caused enough pressure. Is this caused a push on Tambov? It did, but the Axis held. The Axis are holding. The allies are down to 346 VPs. The Axis are winning this despite the horrid losses. This is one hell of a match. That's a supply hub left open right now, across the river. Allied player. Allied player. You have something to exploit. That could be a huge. That'd be huge. It wouldn't shut off too much, but it would allow a really, really strong entrenched position across the river tile. But an Axis counter-offensive in the south might be deterring that. Allies holding strong, though. In the north, near Tambov, another offensive coming in. Allies failing to get enough of a hold, enough of a push on Tambov itself. Some actual tank divisions out in the field. Oh, no, this isn't... Oh, okay, no, this is a Space Marine with 2 mediums. I was like, huh? They've made a tank division? Ooh, Tambov could be at risk with the multiple combats here. And the Katyusha is in the back line. They're looking to close that pocket once more. The Tambov troops might be encircled. There we have it, Tambov. Completely encircled. 6 divisions there, trapped in the VP of Tambov. But they might get pushed out. Oh, 1 division died. They're 5 now in the pocket, getting last stand. The last stand flick, not fast enough. These guys might deorg before they can be taken out of business, and we might actually lose some more in the north. 3 more have now been encircled in the north. Brilliant use of this Katyusha to cut these guys off. Those guys gonna fall. And Tambov might not get out of this. The force attack coming in, that's going to cause more damage. But yes, you're going to be taking more losses there. But I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think the last stand is going to be around long enough. Especially if this Katyusha turns on that pocket. That being said, the counter push here, they might break them out. Tambov might live, all the while the VP points are ticking. Even though it's been encircled, it does count. And here we go. 1 more division just died in the Tambov pocket. 2 more divisions just died in the Tambov pocket. They're running out of time. They might have taken enough damage, though, that even if they gain resupply here, that they will still be crushed under the weight of the troops. Just because of the HP damage done, they might deorg enough. The Axis player needs to put more troops back into that pocket before it closes. There is an open gap as well to the south. This could get re-exploited for even more troops. No, Tambov changes hands. And for the first time in the last 10 minutes of the game, the Axis... The Allies are putting the... Wait, no. Oh my gosh! The Axis put a counter-offensive in the middle. Mikhailovka switched hands. The bleed is not back on. The Allies are still under pressure. And 5 units have been counter-encircled. Look at these APM clicks. Jarko is not out of this game. He is not giving up. And he's got an encirclement in the south. He's putting some really good pressure on Marcelo. These players are going to cause me to lose my voice. And I kind of hate it. But at the same time, I'm here for it. I love this. This is a great push. This is some masterful Commanders play happening right before your very eyes. This is some hype gameplay, gang. This is the pinnacle of what we see. And the thing that upsets me the most is we might not see one of these players in our grand final, in the main tournament, purely out of the draw of the matchups that we've been having. These excellent players, both Jarko, both Marcelo, could be... They could make it all the way to the champion. They've been playing excellently across the board. It would be a shame to see them go in this group stage. but they are fighting here for tournament life. VP bleed now very heavy, about halfway through the Allied life points. Allies really need to retake Mikhailovka and also prevent this pocket from getting closed, because all of their hard-won advantage, their troop counts, 80 divisions for the Axis, 70 for the Allies. Whilst the Axis have been losing divisions left, right, and center, the Allies can't afford to as much. They didn't get as many for the tree, and that defensive line is being expanded out. The Axis really going to close this pocket. I think they're going to close this pocket, and the Allies might lose their railway gun, which is providing so much defense in this center line as well. Axis have overstayed their welcome in the south. They did just lose one of the 8th motorized divisions. Axis Panzerwerfer division sitting near Tambov, making sure there isn't pressure there, and that is the overrun. That pocket is closed, and with it goes the railway gun, maybe? I'm not seeing it on either side. Did the Axis capture it? Because sometimes when you overrun a railway gun, it can change hands. Oh, another encirclement though in the south. 4 divisions trapped by the Axis, and they've got a major tile here of 10 divisions trying to pressure a counter-defensive, trying to reopen that pocket. This is brutal. This is bloody from both players now. 724,000 Axis losses to the 500,000 Allied losses. We are at an over 1 million loss game. We might be heading for... I said we were heading for a 1 million loss game. We might be heading for a 2 million loss game with the destruction of 4 more divisions there in the south. Allies moving out of this overextended pocket, happy with the damage that they're doing, getting one more pocket closed as well from the counter-offensive here. Those 2 divisions, again, at risk from the Axis. Axis, though, pressuring along the lines. There's also pressure towards Tambov. That VP might change hands over here. We might be about to see a 4 VP swing for the Axis, putting even more pressure on the Allies. Tambov is going to hold. In the south, though, those divisions were killed. The Axis are killing the Allies. The Allies are killing the Axis. 84 divisions for the Axis now. 64 divisions for the Allies. There were some heavy losses in that center push. This is one hell of a game. Let's take a look at the logistics. 5,000 guns in the hole, 400 trucks, and 26 support equipment for the Allies. Let's take a look at the Axis, though. Green on guns. Down on motorized rocket artillery, down on standard artillery, and down on tanks, and down on planes. So, the Allies have some critical supply that are out, but they're easier to replace. The harder to replace stuff is what the Axis are currently losing and missing out on. Tambov did change hands. This is a 4 VP lead now for the Axis. Jarko giving this game everything they've got. Marcelo giving this game everything they've got. There's so many divisions that are dying. Is it going to be enough? Are the Allies going to be able to group up enough? There's just not quite enough troops in the field for them to manipulate these lines. All the while, the Axis, even though they're taking heavy casualties, heavy losses, they are just able to fill the gap faster. Final capstone focus coming in. Rudolf Huber going in, which means the race towards case by case is being undertaken by the OKH. We probably saw a diversion. We saw a massive diversion to go into the industrial sector. This is to prop up for a late game industry. Both players know that this is going to go late game. We're seeing industrial sector as well from the Allies, but it's much later. That being said, no step back already achieved by the Allies. They're going to be taking less supply penalties, less problems from being surrounded. They're doing a little bit more division attack right now, and they've already got some production bonuses from their tree, so they should outdo their logistics disasters. This has been an incredible game. The line has restabilized on an Axis pressured advance. Axis with the majority of the VPs bled for only 50 points. They managed to turn this entire game around, pivoting around Tambov and then further down the line, getting surprise offensives, overclicking the APM. Jarko, whilst stressed, whilst pressured, whilst losing, managing to just outstretch their allied opponent, even though they lost their key pieces, even though they took the more heavy casualties. It's been pressure after pressure, forcing the allied player to stretch their mental limit. And that's what it's coming down to at this point. It's not the strength of the armies, it's the mental limit of the players. And Marcelo is fracturing slightly. He's making some really good probing attacks. Some of the best probing plays I've seen in a Commander's game all season. But is it enough? I don't know that it's going to be. Just as fast as that push began, it has been countered, and the Axis aren't stopping there. They're going to try and buy some room towards Tambov. Taking this tile here, the main interchange of the supply, that would be huge. If the Axis can cut this tile, this Tambov gets disconnected from the entire network, except from going all the way back to Penza. All the supply has to race all the way around, which means this front line will most likely lose supply. We're already seeing it in the north. Oh my gosh. The Hail Mary. The Allied Hail Mary. Can they get this off? Have the Axis... Oh gosh. The Axis aren't defending their VPs. We might be about to see the strongest switch in the play. Let's see if this goes off and if this gets countered. This could be huge. We're just waiting for that to activate. There it goes! Kharkov has fallen. Kursk is under threat. Stalino has fallen. Oh my gosh, Kursk has fallen. The paratroopers are landing. Does our Axis player recognize that they are getting capitulated by paratroopers? Troops have been spawned. Rapid defense is coming in. Is it going to fall off? Did they go for any of the VPs? They didn't go for the VPs. They went to try and capitulate. They didn't try to take Voronezh or Milarovo to stop the bleed for a moment. The pressure on the line has begun. This is a large-ditch effort for our allied player. I wonder if our Axis player sensed it, keeping some troops in the production queue ready to counter it. And just as soon as this play was made, it has been expertly defeated by Jarko. With 31 VP points on the line, this might be it. Jarko might not be fighting fully for their tournament lives. The nerves have been overcome. They might be going through to the final tonight. To who will they face? We will find out right after this. But this looks like we are heading very, very close to game. Three, 2, 1, and with the final encirclement, that is going to be game. Axis win. Jarko is moving through to tonight's final. GG, GG. That was such a good game. Marcelo, commiserations. That paratrooper play could have been so good. That was almost so good as well. But Jarko, congratulations.
Thank you.
We will see you in tonight's final. Marcelo, Do you have another slot in a final left of this tournament, or are we saying goodbye to you?
Goodbye.
Oh, friend, you have been one of the strongest players I've seen in a long time in Commanders. You've performed some great games. I'm going to be sad to say goodbye to you, but thank you so much for the games, guys. People watching at home, we're going to go take a quick break, and we'll be back with the next semi-final in just a moment's time.
Faithful subjects and brave warriors of the German Empire. Our Reich now dominates Europe. A testament to the power and resolve of the German nation. One by one, the mighty have fallen. The burdens of Versailles are being paid back in the fear of our enemies. It is German science that has sharpened our dagger. And it is German science that will deliver our final strike.
Just a strategy game, it's a ground swift game.
That's an encirclement. Encirclement. It's not looking good. Yeah, oh my god, encirclement. That's like 8 divisions, more than that. I mean, it's like... There we have it. CMOS is our champion. The allies needs to win here now. We're not going to get started. Green bubble behind us is industry. The decisive is on.
Welcome to the 4th video about our upcoming expansion, Götterdämmerung. I'm Peter Nicholson, Game Director for Hearts of Iron, and today we're finally going to talk about one of the most anticipated updates in Hearts of Iron 4. None other than the revamped Germany focus tree and systems. Germany's getting a rework with a plethora of new mechanics. These changes are part of the broader German rework included in the DLC, and for now we're going to focus on the shared mechanics along with the historical branch. After the defeat in the Great War, harsh stipulations were put on Germany, with the Treaty of Versailles causing resentment and severe economic hardship. Hyperinflation and political instability defined the early 1920s, and the Great Depression in 1929 led to rising support for extremists like the Nazis. By 1936, Adolf Hitler had become the absolute ruler of Germany and started to rearm, thus violating the Treaty of Versailles. Germany, however, was far from ready for a global conflict when they invaded Poland, and we've made adjustments to better reflect that. You'll now need to focus on building up their strength with new national spirits and focuses. The economy, and each branch of the military, Heer, Kriegsmarine, and Luftwaffe, face their own unique challenges. Hell-bent on becoming self-sufficient, Hitler launched the 4-year plan in 1936, aimed at rapidly strengthening Germany's industries to support a swift rearmament. Central to this effort were the MEFO bills, which covertly financed military expansion in violation of the Treaty of Versailles. While effective in the short term, this financial scheme was unsustainable and contributed to Germany's growing economic instability, ultimately pushing the nation towards war. Though the 4-year plan provides you immediate strength, it leaves you vulnerable to the mounting pressures of paying your bills. In the new system, these bills will now more accurately reflect the strain, slowing down Germany's early military buildup and encouraging a more aggressive, expansionist strategy. As Germany rearms, the percentage of consumer goods factories dedicated to civilian production, will increase each month, eventually reaching a factor of 100%. This rising percentage represents the growing burden on Germany's economy, as all of your available resources are redirected to the war effort. You can, however, manage this through price controls, which temporarily slow the increase, but it's only a short-term fix. Eventually, with Germany's economy stretched to its limits, you'll need to go to war. By doing so, you'll switch out the bills to economy of conquest, which allows the seizure of gold and banking reserves from capitulated nations. This temporarily reduces the consumer goods factories, depending on the number of factories in the conquered country's core states. However, seizing reserves increases resistance in occupied territories, adding a further layer of difficulty. After securing enough resources by conquest, Germany can stabilize its economy by achieving autarky, replacing the economy of conquest with a more sustainable Wirtschaftswunder. The non-historical industrial path starts by prioritizing economic growth. This path will ruin your economy, but down the line you can rebuild it stronger than ever. In pure numbers, you'll get more factories from this path, but they will take longer to come by. You even get more building slots, leaving room for even more factories. The trade-off is that the focuses take longer to complete and are locked behind tech and other various factors. The updated focus tree is somewhat larger than the old one, so you'll need to prioritize carefully. With Götterdämmerung, Germany now starts with fewer generals and field marshals, but more can be unlocked through various focuses in the army branch. The important choice in this branch is how you want to shape your army. Do you want to expand upon the lessons from the Great War? Or do you want to rely on the more historically accurate new technology and tactics using tanks? Both options will offer different results to each other and will unlock different generals. Going down the Prussian legacy path will allow you to modify your state to bolster your military for a short while. Bewegungskrieg is of course meant to simulate Germany's Blitzkrieg during World War II, but this time represents a more traditional approach to the practice. The Blitzkrieg state modifier puts an emphasis on tank warfare. While the Blitzkrieg state modifiers might not last as long as the Bewegungskrieg one, they're packing quite a punch nonetheless. Choosing to develop your panzer forces will unlock two familiar faces, Erwin Rommel and Heinz Guderian. While your land warfare strategy is vital, the air war also plays a critical role in Germany's success. The key decision here is how to specialize the Luftwaffe. Will you follow the historical path, emphasizing dive bombers and CAS, or instead prioritize tactical and strategic bombers? To fix the Luftwaffe's problems, you'll need to reorganize the Luftwaffe and solve logistical bottlenecks, but not while Göring is in charge. If you decide that you don't need him, you'll unlock Helmut Wilberg, who historically played a major role in developing German air warfare and combined arms tactics. While there's limited room to improve the Luftwaffe, you'll gain significant bonuses towards special projects for rockets and jets, along with numerous timed ideas and the highest number of aces in any focus tree. The naval branch works slightly differently from other branches. This time, there are no mutually exclusive choices, but you'll still need to prioritize. Once you start Plan Z or trade interdiction, the other path is locked until you complete either the High Seas Fleet or unrestricted convoy raiding. After finishing one of these focuses, the opposite path will be unlocked. In the end, though, you'll get a much stronger Kriegsmarine, and completing Seeherrschaft yields even further benefits. As you've already seen, we've expanded the historical path for Germany quite a bit and changed existing focuses. We've built the new focus tree around the core of the old one so that some things will still be familiar. We've also added new icon frames, meant to help players understand which focuses were historically taken. They act as a visual guide. Since this focus tree is pretty big, we wanted to highlight and differentiate the historical path from
Welcome
alt
back.
history.
We are on semi-final 2 of Group 7's finals here. We have Catchtalak versus Daily Deister. Daily Deister, you have map pick, and then Catchtalak, you will have faction pick. So, Daily, what map are we going to be playing for the first map here?
Epic Rain.
Ryan, okay.
Yeah.
And faction, Catchtalak?
I think allies.
Allies, okay. No problem. Okay, then let's get this game on the go. 2 seconds from me, just as I do some streamy things. I need to make sure I have the right...
I will be playing headphones off, is it okay?
Yeah. I will only ping back in if I need a problem.
Yeah. Sure.
If I have a problem. If I need a problem is not the way to say that. Okay, let's get this game going then, shall we? Come on, ready up, Alex. There we go. Work out how HOI works. There you go. You've only been on the brand for 4 years. Let's get in game. Right, so as a reminder, guys, the bans will stay over the course of this matchup. So whatever gets banned here is banned for good. Okay. Catchtalak, who are you banning?
Fourth Army.
Okay. Daily, who are you banning?
5 tank.
Okay, 5th Guards tank. Good luck, gentlemen. Have fun, and I'll see you on the other side. Okay, there we have it. Welcome to Across the Rhine. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another match of Hearts of Iron Commanders, the competitive mod for Hearts of Iron 4. This mod brings everything Hearts of Iron, everything you know and love about the Hearts of Iron 4 into a competitive 1v1, 2v2, or 3v3 scenario. This is a 1v1 tournament, and this is the map Across the Rhine. What is the name of the game? Well, there is 250 euros on the line tonight for whoever wins this group stage final. This is the semi-final before said final, and the person who wins tonight will move forward to the PDX sponsored stage where they could win up to 5,000 euros for playing Hearts of Iron. The name of the game is simple. Either capitulate your enemy, force them to surrender, or bleed their VP points entirely. VP points, what do you mean? Well, at the top of your screen or on the bottom right icon, you will see that there is a tally point, 500 versus 500. That is the life points of each player. Hold the majority of the victory points, and you bleed the opponent out. In this particular game, the VP points are Amsterdam, Cologne, and Frankfurt. This is Commanders. Right now, we are in the 275-day build-up phase, but the game is actually paused whilst players get their initial clicks in. I am quickly just making sure that the correct map is showing on the right-hand side. After that insane game over on that didn't change. Professional streamer. There you go. That over on at the gates, our Stalingrad based map. This is our Western Front map, focusing on the Rhine River. This has some key advantage points in. Amsterdam is a kind of very neutral VP, even though it's on the Axis side of the river. It is further away for them to get to, whereas the Allies can get there shorter. Cologne is on the Allied side of the river, Frankfurt on the Axis. The battle mainly focuses around Amsterdam and Cologne, whilst Frankfurt becomes a bit more of a southern play, as players tend to leave the Strasbourg pocket, as we call it, down here, open. Between Freiburg, Stuttgart, Strasbourg. This area kind of doesn't get defended and gets used for late game counterplays. The key points to look out: Utrecht, Dusseldorf, Bonn, and Koblenz. Holding these are pivot points. Pivot points are what I use to describe locations which can be used to turn the tide on a VP. That's basically it. That's the show, guys. We are about to see the first matchup between Catch the Lag and Daily Deister. I want to see if I can update his name to have the full name. Give him the title that he deserves. If it can fit it in. Daily Deister is on the Axis, Catch the Lag on the Allies. This is the first game of their matchup. Sorry if you see the overlay flicker ever so slightly now. There you go. Nothing initially interesting about Catch the Lag's opening play here. Axis, again, very, well, actually a slightly different production setup from our Axis player, focusing on two lines, two heavily factoried lines of infantry equipment, artillery and support equipment, nothing else. This will mean they're probably going to rush gun 2s and try to switch them in very, very early and try and reserve the production efficiency cap from both of those. But we'll see once the game actually gets underway. Also, I notice our Axis player converting all of their troops to cavalry, smaller width to put more manpower in production. Allied player not doing anything like that at this moment in time. But ladies and gentlemen, how are you doing? Hope you enjoyed that first matchup as well today. We had an excellent game. I'm looking forward to an incredible final tonight. And the game is unpaused. The 275 days of build-up have begun. Let's take a look at early tech pushes. We're not seeing anything of note, just a current juggle happening on the central tech there for the Axis. Looking to get one of those things finished earlier, where the Allies are putting an interesting set of production down early on. I'm very intrigued by this bottom tech. This is not in the standard array of tech pushes, so we might be seeing something relatively unique. Now let's keep an eye on this technology juggle from our Axis player. Are they going to juggle in time? If you wonder what I mean by juggling, is what you do is you leave a line open, store it up, switch off something that you were teching, and you get the 30 days stored 30 days of tech points stored instantaneously put on something that you've just stopped taking. Therefore, you saw they finished artillery really quickly there. Welcome to juggling. Look at the pro skills. Look at the pro strats we're going to see. Daily Deister coming into this was our #1 seeded player out of Group 7. They won every single one of their games at a 2-0. So they are on paper the strongest. That being said, Catch the Lag did put some of our more veteran players to shame. And Catch the Lag is a very, very old member of the scene. I will say Catch the Lag unfortunately caught the flack of being memed on early on. They were someone who never gave up. They've been with us from day one as a player. Yes, sure, they normally finished every league table very, very middle of the table. Very, very solid central score. About a 50% win rate. Losses, gains. Didn't put them in the top of the table. But boy, oh boy, have they been around since the beginning. And do they know some of the ins and outs of this game. So I think we're going to see an interesting game nonetheless. And they also put some good scores on the board to be here for this today. me just take a quick sip of my drink. Both our players continuing down their arms industry picks. Sorry, I just accidentally dragged a map out the way while I was taking a drink. If you haven't seen before, basically the current meta is for our players to do the right-hand side of their industry tree, then start taking their faction pick, and then go back for this final command score with possible investment into the industry if this goes into the late game. Outside of that, we don't see much touching of the industry tree. In future, the industry might be something we want to rework for this mod ever so slightly. Create a little bit more interesting builds. Less of this similar focus, similar meta in the build-up phase. We'll say Catchlack might be ever so slightly behind in their tech as they're not juggling their points. So we're going to see... Oh, we're seeing a concentrated industry pick from Daily. Have we got dispersed in Catchlack? We do. We do have a dispersed line. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Slightly different meta. It's finally the battle of dispersed versus the standard. What is it? Dispersed versus concentrated. Sorry. I think I always use concentrated in standard HOI. But in the Commanders mod, it doesn't quite make sense. And here we have our first lock-in. The French forces. Interesting, for the first time today, we are seeing the French forces. There are two options here, the Army Liberation Française and the Army of the Maginot. Might make sense to be Army of the Maginot on this map, considering it's not on the map. We do remove the Maginot forts, otherwise this map became very one-sided. I'm intrigued to see where we go with France either way, and I'll do more on that. And we're seeing... I thought the horses might have been a tell. We're seeing a Hungary-Romania pick here from our Axis player. And I want to see if we get Hondersvik. Are we going to see Hondersvik? We are going to see Hondersvik. That is Hungary. Welcome to Hungary, everybody. This is a bit of a meme tree. I have to say, Hondersvik is been cancelled. Oh, they're waiting for the political power. They waited the political power there to put an advisor in. Hondersvik is... I was like, what is happening? My brain cannot continue. Hondersvik is a combination of tanks and horses. You get the Modern Hussar, which is bicycle infantry divisions. You get 2 bicycle infantry and 2 motorized divisions. You get the Legacy of Attila, which grants motorized attack, motorized defense, cavalry attack, cavalry defense, mechanized attack. Cavalry in the base game does not normally get stats, but because of Hungary, yes, it does. What else do you get? You also get the Legacy of Attila boon, which is 20 cavalry gets plus 25 organization, plus 30% recovery, and plus 20% breakthrough. Hungarian armor gives you 1 medium tank, 30 width division. You get Hungarian cavalry, which is 5 cavalry divisions at 18 width. You get Marvag. Interesting that we're seeing the tank pick early. Normally we see people go Marvag early to get the consumer goods production cost reduction. And the production efficiency cap growth. And then we also get the Hungarian Panthers, which is armor technology, production cost, and max speed. You also reduce the ahead of time penalty by 1 year and give 100% research bonus for the next 2 valid armor research technologies. This claps out with the Black Hussar, which is fleet coordination, division speed, and division recovery rate. And then you have the shared Hungary-Romanian tree. Anti-Soviet cooperation, which is mechanized production cost, and truck production cost. You get in trucks and mechanized. You get adopt German designs, which gives you research speed plus 15%. You get an improved tank chassis, the Panzer IV Ost H, and you get 150 of those. You get a small Italian escort fleet to help you, as well as a boon to shore bombardment. And you also get For the Homeland. This is one of my favorite capstone focuses in the entire mod. Basically, every month you receive an arms delivery from Germany. This contains 1,500 infantry equipment, 200 artillery pieces, 200 towed anti-tank, 200 towed AA, and 200 support equipment. We will receive equipment suitable to our level of technology. So whatever tech you have taken, you get the best possible version of that in a supply drop every month. Every month that the game goes on. That reduces the strain on your industry and makes sure your troops will always have some level of logistics. It's brilliant. On the other side, let's take a look at the allies over in France. Quite literally, playing the French. Army the Maginot's gone picked. interesting. I have not seen this pick before, and they've taken Army of the Maginot to get in, and they've taken the first boon of Legacy of French Innovation from the shared tree to give you armor technology production cost, production efficiency base, and research speed. And then they've gone back for their industry tree. They're not going down their commander tree. They're boosting their industry for a late game. Catch the Light is playing for the long run, and I like this. Well, what does Army of the Maginot give us? Well, Army of the Maginot is a grand battle plan tree that gives us Locarno Spirit, division recovery rate, entrenchment speed, and maximum entrenchment. You get zone, 75 fighters and 50 CAS. You get established telephone lines, which is 100% extra recon, division defense plus 5%, and you get radar station somewhere, plus radar station construction speed. You get the Char Battalion, which is an improved heavy tank chassis, the Char B1 bis. You also get one heavy tank division, which is a combination of heavy tank and mechanized. You get a Folie à Deux. You get two, not one, but two rail guns. And then you get prepared for the long war. Something I feel like Catch the Light is doing right now, which is 5 infantry divisions at 15 width. You get the Guardian Leader as your end cap here, which is division organization, war support, division defense, and political power. And then down the shed line, you get the Cross of Lorraine, which is weekly manpower. I see a lot of people rush for this early. I'm surprised this hasn't been taken. The longer you have that weekly manpower coming in and the 50 support equipment, the better it is. You get a French Navy, and then finally, Vive la France, which is an increase of 3% recruitable population, plus 20% stability, war support, and production efficiency growth, plus 10% factory output. It also gives you total mobilization, which then removes the 3% recruitable population, but you get all the boons from total mobilization. This is going to be a really interesting build. Let's see about troops in the field. 52 divisions to the Allies, 46 to the Axis. We are dragging close to the war, just 1 week away now. It is on. Tournament faces, everybody. First match of this second semi-final is about to begin. Let us get going. There's the war. The war has begun. Axis instantly fresh off the mark, rushing for that Amsterdam and that Cologne VP and Frankfurt. They're probably going to get there first. Allies slightly slow to the ball. They're playing for the late game, but if they lose too many VPs, they might not get there. Amsterdam does go into the Allies' hands, but the Axis do cross the Rhine. Mic drop, name used. There we go. And the VP bleed begins. The Axis are bleeding the Allies down already. Currently, supply is a little bit of an issue. Also, we're seeing a lot of cavalry divisions right now. These are called Gold! Great cavalry division name. And these are, what? Cavalry recon, support artillery, and support rocket artillery. And then just 20 widths of cavalry in the line. That's an interesting line force. They're backed up by the tank division as well. We haven't got Space Marines for once. We've got just cavalry backed up by a tank. That's what's going on here. I thought we were going to get the standard cavalry Space Marine. No. It's pure cav. That's going up against what I think is just some 12 width infantry with support and some 22 width infantry with a single medium tank in. We do have medium flamethrower tanks going to be put into that build, but I don't know how logistically they're doing. No, they're 260 of those down, so those aren't going to be affecting the combat yet. And Amsterdam has secured Utrecht, and Dusseldorf is under threat with that crossing just below Utrecht. Again, this is the area we need to watch out for. Cologne has been secured. Frankfurt is flat. And we've actually seen the Allies fill the Strasbourg pocket. This doesn't normally happen this early. This is going to stretch the lines. As you can see, supply down here, not great for the Axis. But we're going to see our first stabilization of the game as the first push finishes. Axis actually going to push back across the Rhine towards Utrecht here. Willing to give this ground in Brabant, mainly because they can't get supply. Early game here, nothing much else going on. Allies are under pressure though already because of the clone VP falling. That singular tank holding as an anchor in the center. It's going to start causing some issues. What does Catch-Select do here? Very in the hole for guns, anti-air, artillery, and flame tanks. They just need to wait for their industry to kick on in. Especially get some of these VP, some more of their tech tree points. Get the Char battalion maybe. Get the zone in. Try and get those boons from the tree now that their industry is fully in place. I will say 78 factories against the 64 of the the Axis. Why is there so few? Really? Actually, only a difference of, what, 14 factories? I mean, that will make all the difference in a low IC mod, but is it worth the amount of VPs that have been lost? 50 down already. Gun 2 is also not in production for our allies. Slightly slower start to game 2 for game 1, sorry, of semi-final 2. Both players happy to sit it out just for a little while. Catch-Select waiting for his industry to kick in. Daily happy with his gains, constantly bleeding his enemy. I'm going to be interested to see if this template does get increased. Yes, anti-tank has been put in. No tanks in production. Just guns. So many guns. Let's take a look at the air. Neither player got any air support. There is a naval battle happening. Intriguing. Nothing of note as well, really, in the Axis tech build here. This reliance on gun 1s for the allies, though, could be a little worrying. A lot of tanks in production now, though. A lot of medium tanks as well. There's 700 medium tanks, and they're not currently in the army. I'm guessing some Space Marines are about to appear on the lines. Yeah, the castle icon is Space Marine, so some of these are actually already starting to receive their tanks. That must have just been done. So no, that's just actually a 700 boon. We might be about to see the allies start pushing here. They might be being overtaken, though, by the cavalry. They've already got AT in. It could counter the armor already. 400 VP points remain now. Everyone's in supply. Everyone's entrenching. To be honest, the longer the game goes on, the cavalry does get worse. Because cavalry does not receive the standard benefits from tech. I will say, though, 100 VPs down already does make this looking real risky that no counterattack has even been attempted by the Allies. I'll be trying to put some pressure on really soon. Okay, more tanks just made it into the military. I'm guessing, yep, these are up to 24 widths now. Folie à Deux is in the double railway gun. Let's see where these get placed. Okay, so one railway gun being put in the support of Amsterdam in the north. The second one making it to the center to cover Cologne and a possible attack on Frankfurt. Are we going to see a push towards Cologne, or are we going to possibly see an extension in over the Rhine already? Taking this fight where the river crossing hasn't happened might actually be a benefit to the Allies. Let's take a look at troop counts. 55 divisions to 49. They have more to exploit the gaps with. Allies could outmaneuver the Axis here if they're careful about it, but there are 5 units in reserve, and if Frankfurt have just been put in to counter-argue me now. 49 to 55 is a far less of a advantage, so shall we say. Also, this music needs to change. It's not nearly as hypey as I want it to be. Let's go back to our good old Hearts of Iron soundtrack. The intensity of the battle continues as they watch each other from across the Rhine. Name drop the map. Cologne. The only ground the Axis control, the only ground that matters. Is it going to be enough? 373 VPs now remain for the Allies. They are slowly but surely running out of time. Is Catchlag going to be too slow here? He's got a huge amount of armor, though, in supply. A lot of guns in supply. He isn't being attacked by air. So the investment into anti-air right now might not be worth it. There's a lot. There's so many. Oh, okay, there's so many. Currently, there are 5 factories being used for anti-air. Let's check how many planes the Axis have. None. Absolutely none. That is a misplay, a mistake. And the thing is, there's enough intelligence here that our allied player can simply go, boom, intel ledger, boom, no plane production, no tank production. Remove them from your line right now. Remove them from the line. Just focus on the things you're missing and get your advance going. You do not have the time to be making this kind of industry mistake. When are we going to see it? When are we going to see the attack begin? It's got to be close. Catchlag's got to know that he can't get below 250. If he gets below 250, the points are going to drip away from him, not leaving enough time to make those advances onto Cologne. Or onto Frankfurt, for that matter. You can't give your enemy too much room to be able to counterattack your push. Currently, it's a 24 width Space Marine template. Artillery, support anti-air, which is unnecessary. Flame tanks, engineers, 2 tanks, 10 infantry. That's going up against the Gold Division. The Gold Division being 20 width cavalry with artillery and anti-tank in support. Singular recon company as well there. There is one singular actual tank division, 30 width here. Really well supported. That's going to be holding this pivot point in the center. That's going to be a tough cookie to crack. But let's see. There's also a naval battle going on. Hype, hype, hype. Naval battle. It was just supply. Oh, I saw troops move. The icon for Kachtelak's infantry is now so weighty in tanks that it has changed. No, I am mistaken. The Shah B1 is here. The heavy tonk. The big tink. The big boy. And also, no, there is an extra tank in the normal template, but that's fine. Again, this is a late game build. This is what we were kind of expecting when we saw Kachtelak go for all of the industry picks first. He's preparing for the long war. Still didn't take Brussels Lorraine. Kind of a misplay in my eyes. This is going to give him 5 more infantry battalions, but I just heard gunfire. Are we fighting? There is a probe. There is a probe in the south, but this is an attack from the Axis. And the Allies are being pushed back. Oh, these cavalry still pierce all of the Space Marines. And this could be a pocket closer. The Axis think they've got enough troops, and they are right. They're moving to Hagenau. Strasbourg is going to be under threat. Karlsruhe, all of these infantry divisions are going to be cut off from supply very soon. Wake up, Kachtelak. You've got battles occurring. You've begun a counteroffensive on Cologne, but do you even see what's going on in the south? You're being exposed. You are going to be faltering across the Rhine in the south. Sure, you might not take that VP, but look at what's going on. You have a hole in your southern flank. It is being exploited. The horses, the hoofbeat of the enemy is riding on through. And here it becomes just a gap. There's just such a gap in the line here. What is going on? They're going to be encircled. This entire pocket of... Oh no! And the B1's down here! The heavy tank division is caught in the encirclement. This is a massive blunder. A huge misplay. Kachtelak just wasn't here. Yikes. So many divisions caught in this encirclement. Cool, calm and collected does the horse beat boom of Daily Dicer. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how you expose a flank. This is exactly how you play this game. Textbook victory coming in here. Not even wasting time pressuring the pocket. Knows that it's not going to get counter-encircled. Might be some movement near Saarbrücken here, but I think the multi-combat penalty is going to be too much. And the thing is, the equipment losses, the manpower losses, losing that key piece of the Shah B1 battalion, the 30 width heavy tank division. This thing is a monster. This thing should be absolutely demolishing, but it was just left in a pocket that got surrounded by horses. Freiburg was almost left open there. That was a little dangerous. Can I check spies? Are spies dead? Spies aren't dead. Spies don't die in this mod. They go out of action for a certain amount. Oh no, there is a spy dead. But it's the Axis. I've lost a spy. Most of our spies go into hiding and then come back, and that is the encirclement being closed. That's a lot of divisions dead. We're about to see this 70 to 70. That's about to change. And look at that. There's a breakthrough towards Bonn as well. It's like Kachtelak isn't even playing. Kachtelak just lost one of his railway guns. It got captured by the Axis. Oh no. What's even happening? The encirclement not closed yet, but the horses, the hoofbeat. Where is the horse and the rider? Isengard could never. What is going on? Stop it, stop it, he's already dead. Please, please don't encircle. Oh no! The entire front line! Okay, it's been counter-encircled. Catchlack has woken up. He has managed to break free of the counter encirclement, but is the encirclement just going to get bigger? The pocket was closed down in the Strasbourg pocket. The heavy tank is officially gone. There we go. Another encirclement there, and that's the only other railway gun, which I think was captured back and then went back in. That's... oh, God, there's so many divisions. The disparity between this game and the one that we were previously watching, ladies and gentlemen, is huge. Jarko is going to be watching this. Jarko is going to be watching this battle with glee if he ends up against Catchlack. If Catchlack plays like he's playing currently. There's just no awareness right now. I've seen Catchlack play far better than this. I wonder if it's nerves, pressure, lag. Nope, it's no lag. Catchlack's the host. Oh, another brutal encirclement. Is he going for the casualty? Kids mass casualty? Look, there we go. Another encirclement. Again, Daily Dicer here playing this textbook. This is a very, very, very good set of positioning, using what he's got, using the movement, getting yourself the advantage, closing those encirclements, and there's just no reaction. So, one of the things I will herald here from Daily Dicer is, whilst we watch the Allied advance absolutely crumble, the effectiveness of his cavalry was waning. It was about the point in the game where Catchlack's industry would just overwhelm it. And I think that's what Catchlack was waiting for. So, he took the initiative and advanced across the Rhine, catching a lot of troops out, and then there's just been no reactivity from Catchlack. Meaning that these horses have just been utilized superbly. Almost 500,000 casualties now from the Allies. 60 divisions versus a mere 25 that remain. All of whom, bar 5, are pocketed near Amsterdam. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is match 1. Well, let's get back to GG.
GG.
GG. Are you guys good to go straight into another?
Yeah, I'm good to go.
Okay. Daily, if you host now?
Yeah. I drop ID 1 minute.
Okay, whose map pick is it?
It's mine.
Okay, Catchlack, what map will we be playing for map 2?
I'm picking the Baltic map.
Baltic Blitz? Okay.
Yeah.
Daily, what faction would you like?
Lexus, I like.
Okay. Set up for 2 bands and let's get this hosted.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, where's the bands?
Oh, sorry. I can rehost if you want.
We'll just do it in text. Was it who was banned last time?
Help Army. No, not your
No,
army.
it's
the fifth guard army.
Fifth Guard's tank army and who else was banned? It was. What was the other band?
Fourth Wehrmacht.
Thank you. Fourth Wehrmacht. So, Daily, who are you banning?
I ban 2 Soviets fraction.
Ah, the other one, the third shock.
Yeah.
Okay. Catchlack, who are you banning?
Armata Depot.
Armata Depot. Okay. Good luck, everybody. See you on the other side. So, Catchlack's tournament live hangs in the balance. Daily Deister just needs one more victory in order to make it to the group final today, where he will face off against Jarko. Catchlack is currently playing on the Allies, Daily Deister on the Axis. This is Baltic Blitz, and you are watching HOI4 Commanders, the total overhaul mod for Hearts of Iron 4 that brings it into a competitive scenario. This is one of our maps. There are 25 maps, and this is a 1v1 scenario. This is a 1v1 tournament where the winner of today will earn 250 euros and move through to the Paradox-sponsored group stage, where they could be in with the chance of winning upwards of 5,000 euros. The aim of the game is simple. Either capitulate your enemy, make them surrender, or bleed their victory point total down to 0. You can see that at the top of the screen, or just below me here on the map select icon, which is about to be updated to showcase the absolute correct map, because I am a swine and I have not updated it just yet. No, I have failed. I am not a caster. I am clearly not a professional, like I say I am. Oh no, wait, it's fixed, it's fine. This is a 5VP map named Baltic Blitz. This is set around northern Poland and Prussia. The VPs on this map are Memel, Vilno, Lich, Danzig, and Brest-Litovsk. Oh no, sorry, not Danzig. It's Gotland. Gotland is involved. Yes, this map requires you to focus a little bit on navy or air in order to secure Gotland. So four land VPs, 1 water, 1 seaborne. I'm sorry, I was just clarifying something in the rules. Okay, cool. Ladies and gentlemen, do not forget we have our group final right after this matchup ends. So there's plenty more Hearts of Iron for you to watch this evening. How is everybody doing? Are you excited for the main event, by the way? Who am I going to see in the audience over on the Paradox Interactive channels when it's live for our quarterfinals, semifinals, and of course the grand final and the third place playoff? We are going to be live over on Paradox Interactive's channels from the 7th with all of the group finalists finally matching up. So, if you're wondering what's going on right now, our players are setting up their initial clicks. A very standard production here coming out from Catchlack. Let's take a look at Daily Deister's early production. Again, a standard selection, standard array. We see very, very similar variations here from our player base. At the moment, it is a heavy focus on infantry equipment. It is a good focus on getting a good reserve of that so you can get more troops in the field, and then switching and dispersing your industry later. Once the game unpauses as well, we'll see our players go down rapid industrialization, down the final arms industry bonuses before they make their commander pick. The other interesting tell will be what's going on with with research. And we see an early pressure on infantry equipment here from our Axis player. Is there anything interesting in the research going on for our allied player? No, a very, very standard early game setup, and they are going to try and juggle their technology this time, it seems like. But we're just waiting for the game to begin. Time has been put up to 4 speed. We're going to be 4 speed for the first 275 days that the build-up period contains before going down to 3 speed for the war. Somebody remind me to make notes as well in the final about the picks and bans, because I keep forgetting. I need to grab myself a bit of paper and a pen like a normal human being and just write them down. And there we go. The game is unpaused. And game 2 of match 2 has begun. Do not forget that Hearts of Iron 4 Gotterdamerang is available from the 14th of November. They also have recently teamed up with Makeshift to release a plushie. That's currently something that you could get your hands on over on the Makeshift store. Those are only available for a limited time. So if you want to get yourself a Kaiser Platypus, I have bought. No shame, I've legit bought one of the Kaiser Platypuses. We don't get them as being HOI staff. We have to buy them ourselves, which is fair because it's a collaboration with Makeshift, but I could not resist buying a Kaiser Platypus. Not only that, I wrote the product description, so it's like one of those things of I can call this a business expense on my company, right? I'm buying something that it's a trophy, it's a reward. It's like a reward. Yeah, no. Also featured behind me. You can't see it in this screen, but it's off to the right. You'll see it when we go full screen. It's the 100,000 subscribers for the HOI YouTube channel, which we released recently, and we did a celebration video that released today. So go check that out on HOI's page when you have the time. Yeah, thank you. Survivability studies coming in for the allies, which means we are going to see a bit of a focus on planes. No such tech just yet from our Axis player. Seeing cavalry again. Are we going to see the same thing? Are these called goal? They're not called goal. They're 8-wits though. Are we going to see a hungry pick again? Are we going to have a repeat of what we had? Who knows? We will have to see. Agencies being formed and upgraded in the background. Players both trying to get that intel advantage going. Some unique points to mark out on the map for you to be aware of is this whole central area between Kunas, Majamapol, and Gordono. These are the pivot points of this map, because if you take a look at the supply map mode is a ring around this center. If you can take this central hub, the Vilno, you can pressure either Vilno or Lick or on either side. I believe this city in the modern day is now Elk, I think it's called. And basically you can use these to pressure the various VPs and control the center of the map. This map is about central control rather than anything else. We'll see a lot of the movement, a lot of the encirclement happening around here. Maybe some pressure towards Memel. One of the more secure... The south seems to be far more secure in the way that players play it right now. And a lot of the combat happens here, around this center of the river. This is apparently the Namunas River? I need to try and learn the major rivers, etc. of Europe, and the feature, especially the ones that feature in the map, so I know what they're fighting over. Over here, it's easy because it's like the Don, for example. Rostov-on-Don. Up here, I'm not as familiar. Anyway, let's go back to our Axis player. We are seeing heavy bombs. There is a focus on planes going to come in here, and there's already towed rocket artillery production. I wonder if we're going to see a similar build. Only cavalry being trained right now. Over on the Allied side, I'm seeing something very interesting in that tech. Very interesting in that tech. Slightly different tactic coming in. Good. Let's see if Catchlack can wake up a little bit. Crawl themselves back into this game. Because if they lose this, they are out of the tournament. Good juggle of tech coming in there. We're seeing it again. The horse. The horses. The horses of the apocalypse are being built again. Hondersvig coming in here. Most likely for our Axis player. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's right. We're seeing hungry Axis once again. As a reminder, if you weren't here for last game, Hungary gives you an interesting mix of tanks and horses. In base game HOI, cavalry doesn't actually receive any of the infantry boons, which is why it falls off without the game. However, Hungary get a few extra stats. Anyway, you get modern hussars, which is two bicycle divisions and 2 motorized divisions. You get Legacy of Attila, which gives you the Legacy of Attila boon, and it provides motorized attack plus 15%, motorized defense plus 15%, cavalry attack 20%, cavalry defense 30%, mechanized attack 15%, mechanized defense 15%, as well as cavalry organization plus 25%, recovery rate plus 30%, and breakthrough plus 20%. You also get Hungarian armor, which is 1 medium tank division, 30 width. This was holding the central VP on the previous map and used as a main pivot point. You also get Hungarian cavalry, 5 9 width, 18 width cavalry divisions. You get the Marveg, which is consumer goods factories down, production efficiency cap up plus 5%, and production efficiency growth plus 15%. You get the Black Hussar, which is fleet coordination for the memes. Division speed plus 15% and division recovery rate plus 15%. You also get the Hungary-Romania shared tree, which gets you some some mechanized and truck production and units of. You get some German tanks, 150 of those in your back pocket. You get a small little Italian navy to do some stuff with, but most importantly, the NCAP, the ultimate focus for the homeland, which is every month an arms delivery of 1,500 guns, 200 artillery, 200 anti-tank, 200 anti-air, and 200 support equipment that levels with your tech level. That's right, this improves as you do. This is why this is my favorite NCAP, possibly in the game. Maybe second to the one US faction that might get a nuclear bomb or not, that I still haven't seen drop. If I see someone in the grand final drop a nuke on another player, I don't know what I'll do, but I'll do something. Oh wow. I see what the Allies are going for, and with 30 days left, I want to watch this war begin from the Axis point of view, because something very, very interesting is about to occur. Catchlag has woken up. I feel like they have a tactic for this map, and they are ready to use it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to see an invasion. A battle commence. And I don't know that our Axis player is going to expect it. Let's see what they can see in the intel ledger. They can see a small investment here and here. But are they going to expect what that's going to lead to? These cavalry divisions have been upgraded. We are going to see the gold division. Daily Deister, in the last minutes of this, is setting up a naval invasion to Gotland. He is not forgetting about the sea tile and the CVP. Training his troops right until the last minute. 11 days now. Here we go. War is about to be declared, everybody. Need some hype HOI music. Yeah, there we go. War begins. And here we go. Let's watch this from the Axis perspective. Let's see if this happens just as I think it's going to. 1 landing, 2 landing, 3 landing, 4 landing, 5 landing, 6 landing. Oh, but Memo was overrun. The paratroopers were destroyed. Just as quickly as it was about to happen, paratroopers going all the way over to Warsaw as well. Will not being left open. The Axis advance is actually overwhelming these paratroopers very early on. Then just not quite strong enough to withstand the cavalry that is marching on up. Paratroopers did land on Gotland though. Active combat way across the line. No front line has been able to be established. VPs in the Allied favor, bleeding the Axis already. Down 10 points. Early game still. Can the Allies connect these VPs? That's going to be the key. Can they keep these paratroopers in the fight long enough that they can establish a solid front line? Or has this been an early game overinvestment? The Axis do seem to handily be taking lick. This is about to change control. Jump pole encircled, counter encircled. Allies getting circled near Memel. We're starting to see a more stabilized front line now. And the Allies look like they're starting to struggle for supply in the south. VPs have now flipped in the Axis favor with only 25 on the bleed before they flipped. Allies now under pressure. Boom, 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 bada, boom, boom. 47 Axis divisions versus 44 from the Allies. Was the paratroopers an overinvestment? We'll find out. 99k losses to only 18k on the Axis. Oh no, that's a huge manpower investment. This is a huge breakthrough. Huge breakthrough. I think we might very, very swiftly be pushing on to our group stage final for Group 7. Jarko might be facing down Daily Deister as the horse hoof beat, as the horseman calmeth, and Catchlack falters in the face of the cavalry charge. This could be a major encirclement here. If this one cavalry member makes it to the edge of the map, this entire pocket between Kunes, Vilno, Molodonzo, UK Merge, and Grozno. Oh yeah, this is it. The entire allied advance has been encircled. This might even be a capitulation, and there we go. Early game victory. Early game victory. GG, GG, GG.
GG.
Catchlack, commiserations. Daily, well done. We're going to take a quick break here before we go into the group stage final where you will face off against Jarko. Stream, we will be back in just a moment's time.
Faithful subjects and brave warriors of the German Empire. Our Reich now dominates Europe. A testament to the power and resolve of the German nation. One by one, the mighty have fallen. The burdens of Versailles are being paid back in the fear of our enemies. It is German science that has sharpened our dagger. And it is German science that will deliver our final strike.
Just a strategy game, it's a ground strategy game.
That's an encirclement. Encirclement. Not looking good. Yeah, oh my god, that's like 8 divisions, more than that. I mean, it's like... There we have it. CMOX is our champion. The allies needs to win, we're going to face all 3 frontal flankers his industry. The decisive time.
Welcome to the 4th video about our upcoming expansion, Götterdämmerung. I'm Peter Nicholson, Game Director for Hearts of Iron, and today we're finally going to talk about one of the most anticipated updates in Hearts of Iron 4. None other than the revamped Germany focus tree and systems. Germany's getting a rework with a plethora of new mechanics. These changes are part of the broader German rework included in the DLC, and for now we're going to focus on the shared mechanics along with the historical branch. After the defeat in the Great War, harsh stipulations were put on Germany, with the Treaty of Versailles causing resentment and severe economic hardship. Hyperinflation and political instability defined the early 1920s, and the Great Depression in 1929 led to rising support for extremists like the Nazis. By 1936, Adolf Hitler had become the absolute ruler of Germany and started to rearm, thus violating the Treaty of Versailles. Germany, however, was far from ready for a global conflict when they invaded Poland, and we've made adjustments to better reflect that. You'll now need to focus on building up their strength with new national spirits and focuses. The economy and each branch of the military, Heer, Kriegsmarine, and Luftwaffe, face their own unique challenges. Hell-bent on becoming self-sufficient, Hitler launched the 4-year plan in 1936, aimed at rapidly strengthening Germany's industries to support a swift rearmament. Central to this effort were the MEFO bills, which covertly financed military expansion in violation of the Treaty of Versailles. While effective in the short term, this financial scheme was unsustainable and contributed to Germany's growing economic instability, ultimately pushing the nation towards war. Though the 4-year plan provides you immediate strength, it leaves you vulnerable to the mounting pressures of paying your bills. In the new system, these bills will now more accurately reflect the strain, slowing down Germany's early military build-up and encouraging a more aggressive, expansionist strategy. As Germany rearms, the percentage of consumer goods factories dedicated to civilian production, will increase each month, eventually reaching a factor of 100%. This rising percentage represents the growing burden on Germany's economy, as all of your available resources are redirected to the war effort. You can, however, manage this through price controls, which temporarily slow the increase, but it's only a short-term fix. Eventually, with Germany's economy stretched to its limits, you'll need to go to war. By doing so, you'll switch out the bills to economy of conquest, which allows the seizure of gold and banking reserves from capitulated nations. This temporarily reduces the consumer goods factories, depending on the number of factories in the conquered country's core states. However, seizing reserves increases resistance in occupied territories, adding a further layer of difficulty. After securing enough resources by conquest, Germany can stabilize its economy by achieving autarky, replacing the economy of conquest with a more sustainable Wirtschaftswunder. The non-historical industrial path starts by prioritizing economic growth. This path will ruin your economy, but down the line you can rebuild it stronger than ever. In pure numbers, you'll get more factories from this path, but they will take longer to come by. You even get more building slots, leaving room for even more factories. The trade-off is that the focuses take longer to complete and are locked behind tech and other various factors. The updated focus tree is somewhat larger than the old one, so you'll need to prioritize carefully.
Coming back slightly earlier than I expected. We're back with the grand final. I'm joined by Daily Deister and Jarko. This is both of these players playing for their tournament lives in a best of 3. Jarko, you have map pick and you have picked Sonnenblume. Daily, what faction would you like on Sonnenblume?
Alice.
Okay, you'll play allies. Okay, let's get into game and let's do the picks and bans. Okay, Daily, you... Oh, he's muted. So, Jarko, get your ban on the screen. You go for Panzer Group West versus...
Panzer Group West ban, okay.
Versus USMC ban. That's the first time I've seen a ban committed to that faction all tournament. But good luck, have fun. I'll see you on the other side. Okay, so Panzer Group West have been banned, as well as US Marine Corps. That's going to be really, really interesting for this. Hang on, I've just realized something. I accidentally left the commander's background on the overlay. Let's just quickly do this. And I also... not that. No, not that. That. And I need to check who's on what faction. So Daily Deister, I believe, is on Allies. Jarko is on Axis, if I remember correctly. It would help if in my Photoshop file I'd named my left and rights correctly. Welcome everybody to Professional Streamer Works Out How to Use Photoshop, even though that's part of his day job. You know, it's just the pressure of being live with what you ask. Well, welcome everybody to HOI4 Commanders. This is the competitive play mod for Hearts of Iron 4 that brings it into 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3 scenarios. Today, we are in the Group 7 final before our main tournament here, and these players are playing for their tournament lives. We are on the map Sonnenblume, the OG, the original map of this mod, the map that this mod was founded for. What better way to kick off our final than right here? There are 3 ways to win a game of Commanders. 1, you capitulate your enemy. 2, you make them surrender. Or 3, you bleed their VP points entirely. VP points, you ask? Well, you're seeing either at the top of the screen, of the game screen, or right below me here on the map icon indicator, there is 500 to 500. That's each player's VPs. If you hold the majority of the key points on the map, you bleed those points. If it reaches 0, you lose. What are the VP points on this map? Well, we're going to be looking at Malta, Gabes, Wadan, Benghazi, and Crete. Sonnenblume is a really interesting map as it not only combines the need for either air control or naval control because of the island VPs, but because the supply hubs through the desert are not connected to the rest of the map, it requires a careful consideration of a supply route as you advance. We're going to see some interesting initial plays here, most likely, and we'll be getting underway. The speed has been put up to speed 4. Will be speed 4 for the build-up phase, and then speed 3 for the rest of the battle. It'll be 275 days before war begins. That's the build-up period, and we'll be getting underway very soon. Let's check the production. Anything? Okay. Production still being put in by our allied player, Axis player, slightly ahead of time. Very normal start, very logistics-focused start, very normal for this map. What we'll also see our players do, most likely, if I explain it to you, they'll go all the way to the right of the tree. They'll be starting down their industrial route. They'll want to get their arms industry completed before they start locking in a faction. And so we'll see them go boop, all the way down to final arms industry, and then we'll see a faction choice come in, with maybe them turning back to the industrial sector later. Something of note as well, sometimes on this map, because of the naval focus, we'll see people to do the 15-day dockyard focus first, just to give them that edge, because not only does it give them more dockyards, but expand the dockyards also adds MIO size to your naval MIOs, allowing you to create bigger fleets faster. That's the key things to note before we get going. How are we all doing? How are we feeling about this final? If you're over on my Twitch, I will be putting up a poll very, very shortly. It will already be on the screen for you as I'm talking about this, but I'm going to try and time it with the beginning of the game, if I remember. We'll be doing a poll of final winner game 1, and it's going to be, are we going to have Jarko, or are we going to see Daily win? It's going to be a 10-minute poll, and that's going to be starting probably as you see my face reappear for the matchup. Now, if you forgive me if I use this build-up phase to be a little quieter, I've got a lot of streams this week, 6 to be exact, because I have not only the final group stage over on Parabellum to run tomorrow, but I'm going to be there for the rest of the event. You're going to catch me as the main host over on the Paradox Interactive chat. I'm also the main stream technician. I'm running this all from my office at home. This entire tournament is being done by me in an office, and roping in people to help me. That's kind of how this works. So thank you for all your support watching today. It means quite a lot. Especially if you're watching over on the TMW eSports channel. It doesn't get a lot of love every now and then, so to see so many of you there is also really, really nice. But yeah, the game is unpaused. The time is rolling. Let's see if we've got any interesting research coming in. No, very standard research coming in here for Jarko, looking to double juggle 2 research here initially. Try and get those boons going real quickly. There, almost perfect juggle. We're seeing a switch to heavy MG, so there is going to be a focus on fighters from him, and then a juggle over to dispersed. Let's see what the allies are doing. Anything being juggled. Completion of artillery already, clear juggle, but mainly focusing on improving the industry right now and their infantry and artillery. Okay, good to know. Also, a reminder to anyone watching the stream, this is on a delay. We are streaming with a delay, so people can't stream snipe. So be aware that if I answer your question or if you ask a question, I might be a little while getting to it. But I will try to as soon as I can, you know. Oh, I have the agency bug. I haven't seen this in a while. There you go. Gotta love some Hearts of Iron bugs. Already some telegraphing from our allied player that they are not going to be going for a paratrooper build because they've set up the naval invasion of Crete rather than a paratrooper drop. Axis, no such telegraphing with their battle plans as of yet. Continued arms industry going down. Again, classic build setups coming on. Tech coming through. Nothing really especially interesting coming out on the allied side of things. Both players expertly juggling stuff. We are also seeing a continued focus on planes here for the Axis. Going to see a possible plane build, and also we've seen a development in their production queue. Look at this. We've got both carriers coming in. We've also got carrier planes being built. So these carriers aren't just going to be for their hull weight, their service manpower. For those of you who don't know, naval supremacy is by the amount of ships tonnage in the field. Doesn't matter about guns, doesn't matter planes on them. It's about the actual weight of the ship. But this time, our Axis player is actually investing in the planes themselves. So they are going to want to use these aircraft carriers as intended. Not only that, we are seeing an elevation on guns, and also this. This is very intriguing to me. I don't want to say too much just in case I telegraph too much. 150 days now of the build-up, which means we're going to be hitting the final arms industry expansion and possibly moving through to the faction pick. Slight delays on the faction pick down to the 130-day mark, which leads me to believe, yep, some focuses weren't taken because both players tried to juggle their political power in order to gain some extra, to put some more chief of staff in. We're having a Red Army pick come in here for the Allies. Interesting. Are we going to see a third shock? We might see a third shock, or a fifth guards. Oh, fifth guards banned? I need to work out who was banned again. And for the Axis, not in yet. Again, they juggled. Let me check. No, it was USMC was banned. USMC was banned. So we're going to see an allied commitment to not winning at sea, which is wild. We're going to see an allied commitment most likely to a ground war. Possibly some investment in air if they're going for the third shock, because obviously they get paratroopers and some CAS on this tree. But if I'm not mistaken, yeah, there it is. 5th Guards Tank Army. Right, let's see. For the first time, it's been unbad. First time we're going to see it play 5th Guards Tank Army here on Sonnenbloom. What do you get? Well, the Red Army have a really interesting factor that they start off with slightly worse generals, but they have the ability to grind them a bit more. It's to kind of give the vibe of how Russia spent its war, especially with the Winter War, give that kind of effect, but with a mechanical benefit in game. Not only that, you have subsidized tanks, and this is a mobile warfare doctrine which allows you to put cheaper tanks in your build. What else do you have? You have the IS program, which gives you advanced heavy tank chassis. It gives you the ISU-152 tank destroyer and the IS-2 heavy tank variant. You also gain the advanced tank chassis, and you gain 150 units of the ISU-152 tank destroyers. You get the Stalingrad tractor plant, which adds the Stalingrad tractor plant bonus, which is negative 15% medium production cost for medium tanks, negative 25% production cost. 15% heavy tanks, 25% for medium tanks, and base production efficiency plus 10%. You also gain the Steel Mountains, which is a research bonus for heavy tanks, and heavy tank production cost negative 20%, super heavy tank chassis production cost negative 30%. Ring of Steel is the same, but it's for mechanized. However, you gain extensive conscription as a bonus to it. You also gain mechanized attack and defense, but you offset that 15% recruitable population factor by the fact you've gone up to extensive conscription. It's going to hamper your industry slightly. You gain 500 units of mechanized. You get the 5th Guards Mechanized Company, which is 2 mechanized divisions with tank support. They are 18 widths. They get spawned in, and you also get the 2nd Tank Corps, which is 1 heavy tank division that's 32 width. That caps out with the Marshal of Victory, which is division speed, armored division attack, motorized division attack, cavalry attack, and mechanized attack. And they have the Soviet shared tree. You get 20 submarines from Red October, Ural Automotive Plant, which is mechanized and truck production cost plus a few stockpile of each. You also get Red Pilots, which is production costs on your planes, and you cap it out with no step back. Or gloss, below 25%, negative 25%. Non-combat out of supply penalties, negative 10%. Consumer goods factories, negative 20%. Division recovery rate plus 10%, stability plus 15%, and division attack plus 10%. Yarko is still not pronounced with a J sound, by the way. It's more like Yarko. Damn it, I forget this every time. And I do apologize to my Polish friends and also to my Swedish friends, because it's the same. You soften your J's, and it's Yarko or Jacob. Like Jacob would be Jacob, Jakob, or anything of that sort. And I do apologize. It's because in the English vernacular, we don't have soft J's. And I've had to stand my ground. My first boss when I was working with Paradox over on Hearts of Iron was a guy called Josh. He was British. But no one in Paradox called him Josh. They called him Yosh. And he hated it. And I, as his lackey, had to stand up for it. So I've drilled the soft J out of my vernacular as well. So I do apologize. I'm going to try to correct myself, though. Over on the Axis, however, we've got Italian First Army. Aces of the Sand coming in. Okay, Italian First Army. You get the breakout fleet from the Italian share tree, but let's take a look at the First Army. What do you get first? Okay, you get 2 light tank divisions at 32 width. That's great for the desert. They're lighter than the heavy tanks, not going to have as much supply unit. You are going to also get some tankettes, which is light armor, research speed, and production cost reductions, plus extra reliability. You also get 3 Mountaineers divisions, which can be really helpful in the Wodan pocket pivot. I will talk a bit more about that in detail in a moment. Ace of the Sand, you gain fighters and ace, 150 fighters and ace generation chance plus some additional agility. Aeronautica Maki, which is fighter production and also research speed for all air. You gain Special Forces training, which is bonuses to your Special Forces. You cap it out with Angel of Conquest, more political power, less consumer goods, more damage to garrisons, less damage garrisons required. You then have the Italian shared tree, breakout fleet, big old Italian fleet with 3 battleships. You get integrated Axis command. You actually get some German generals and some recruitable population factor. Canned rations, which is supply grace. Absolutely perfect for this map. Hot acclimatization factor and supply range. You also get By Blood Alone as your capstone. Your ultimate focus. More recruitable population, more ground support from CAS, division attack, and an air superiority bonus in combat. Huge. Big air. It is a combination of light tanks, good infantry, and air. That's what the first army is. Plus, because of the Italian tree, you get a navy. This is going to be really interesting. I think some solid picks both for this map. I'm intrigued to see how the heavy tanks are going to work. I'm worried about supply issues, especially if the Axis get the upper hand. However, they will hit hard and they will steamroll through the land if they do manage to get the supply. We are now just 15 days from the war. The battle is about to commence. Axis already moving out their navy. They're going to go for a naval invasion of Malta and Crete, and they're making a rush to Gabes by the looks of it on land. Allies, on the other hand, they're going to go for an all-out assault on land with only a focus on the naval invasion of Crete, which I don't know if it's going to get off. Second Guard Tank Corps getting put in. Heavy tanks already in. The mech companies are also in. These guys are going to hit hard early, but it's all going to come down to supply usage. Again, as I mentioned earlier in the map, this map is about supply. None of the supply hubs are connected throughout the desert. A player must also secure their supply lines as they advance by building railways. That's part of the challenge of this map. And what did I mean by the Wadan area flip? Well, either side of Wadan is 2 supply hubs, both protected by mountains. If a player can secure these, they can try to pivot onto the Wadan VP. Controlling the heights above Wadan on either side is key to victory here. So, having mountaineers from the Italian first, it means you have an advantage attacking into those as well as defending in those. So, here we go. School of Covert Warfare going in already. Our allied player making a large push into their support tree rather than going down the rest of the 5th Guards tank army build. And there we have it. War has been declared. Let's see where the rush is. Hang on. That was actually a paratrooper drop. Last minute, our Axis player did spawn out some paratroopers to try and secure the VPs faster than the naval invasions, because the naval invasions haven't exactly gone right away. They want to try and get there as the defender. And Malta has fallen. They've done the quick swap paradrop. This was Mohammed Season 1 challenge. Jarko has pulled out the oldest trick in the Sonnenblume box, jumping to this airport, instantly rearming and putting your transport planes back in there to then drop on Malta to get the early advantage. And there we see 2 victory points falling to the Axis even before the Allies are out of their base. The bleed has begun and the Allies are already on the back foot as the armies advance. The naval invasion of Crete might go unattested because the Allied navy's caught in port. The submarines have actually caught these, and this naval invasion might go untested. Yep, Crete is going to fall. 3 VPs now, bleeding the Allies. Yarko needs to be careful not to overstep in the desert, though. They did get to the Wadan VP first. That's 4 VPs. The ticking is going to be so hard now, but they haven't got Tripoli. Okay, supply has connected because of Tripoli. They need to start building their supply hubs. Let's check their construction panel. They have already started drawing those railways. This is excellent micromanagement of the field. This is the thing I had a problem with the Russian pick here. Yes, your troops hit hard, but boy, oh boy, are they going to be slow to the front line. You've only secured the single VP of Benghazi. You've put all of your eggs in one basket, not taking the island VPs. The Allies now have to push, a concerted push, all the way across the desert. They've got to come across the desert to greet you with a smile whilst their camels look so tight. If anyone actually gets that reference that I just made, good on you. You've got a good music taste. Anyway, we see the battle for Wadan. It is possibly going to flip to the Allies, but no, the Axis have reinforced it. And also the supply is slowly in their favor. Both players, however, going to be stretching their supply really thin until they can get those railroads built up. Let's check the construction as well. Daly has not actually been able to put down their railway. They've left it open right now, and they have not connected the supply hubs. They're eating up local supply with a lot of heavy tanks. This is only going to go for so long. Yes, currently, the Axis are out of supply, but one, their railways are already building, as you can see here, connecting up Tripoli. They have control of the Navy, so they don't need to wait for the long path to come in. They can just wait for the naval supply, and as soon as that clicks back in, they are going to be able to hold this. This is a limited time window, and the Allies need to act now. And there we go. These heavy tanks are acting now, though. They are making a really solid push. If they can secure the supply hub on the western side of Wadan before the Axis can actually connect the supply up, and they've cut the supply. They've actually cut the supply to that mountain. If they can hold this, they are heavily overextended, though. Look, they are out of supply heavily on these tank divisions. This could be risky. If they get retreat memed in any way, shape, or form, some of these key pieces could fall really early, and that might spell night-night for this attack entirely. Let's see how the hold goes. Wadan is going to fall, but look at the supply extension. Flipping Wadan is going to flip some of the local supply. It's going to allow them to breathe for just a moment, and the VP point bleed has slowed, but they're already almost 75 points down. This is going to be a tight game. This is now going to come down to how long can the infantry of the Axis slow the Russian advance. If I was our Axis player, I'd be thinking about this already. I would be building some forts near Gabez. I would be filling this desert to make them bleed for every single mile. If we take a look at the losses, it's already 33k Axis losses to 21k Allies. That's the tanks doing their work. That's the hardness in those units, protecting the infantry, stopping the losses. But let's take a look at logistics. Infantry equipment is down. Fighters are down currently for the Allies. Anti-tank not in production, really. Artillery also down. Counterpoint, let's take a look at the Allies. Logistics, guns are down. Mechanized is down. Tanks are barely down. They are recoverable as soon as industry gets put on them, but there is no industrial investment yet. It's all on guns. It's all on artillery, which, yes, our player is lacking, but not lacking enough. Not enough to slow an advance. Not just yet. Okay, we're at the we're officially out of the early game. The first assaults are done. The battle lines are being drawn. Both players are now resting, ready to make a counterattack. Let's take a look at troops in the field as well. 26 divisions for the Allies versus 43 from the Axis. This is the one map where troop levels and counts don't matter as much because of the such a constricted front line and the super constricted supply. Quality often beats quantity here. There are a lot of things, however, the Axis can do. If they manage to get full air control of this airspace, they've almost got these paratroopers. They reopen again. Like, yes, there's paratroopers that are defending Malta, and they're going to have to remain there. Switch these to standard troops. Boom. You've got another asset to start using. Can you shut off the airbase in Benghazi? Absolutely. I doubt the Allies have enough troops where they're able to defend this. This will give them a lack of air cover. That might allow for a counter push towards Wadan. These are the things that you've got to start thinking about in high-level HOI, especially in commanders. And that was a naval invasion sound? Naval invasion of Crete. Naval invasion of Crete has begun. Allies are navally invading Crete. However, I think it has been, it has automatically been pushed back. Okay. Let's take a look at production. Tanks are starting to go into the production queue now for the Axis. The Axis want to increase the hardness of their troops. They've built their light tank divisions. They're probably going to galvanize those for support companies. Most likely. Medium tanks slowly going to filter their way into the lines as production increases. Let's take a look at the Allies. Allies still not looking to build any tanks outside of what they've been spawned in. They are looking to switch up their tactics. Look at this investment. They're now building an elite fighter using the meta design that we're seeing across the board in these games. And we're seeing transport planes. Okay. I'm intrigued. I'm very intrigued. Chat, let me see your activity as well. Give me a shout in the chat who you are supporting. Are we here for Yako? Are we here for Daily? Who are we thinking that we want to see? This, of course, is the first matchup. We're on game 1, and already I'm excited. 384 VPs remain for the Allies, full 500 for the Axis. Supply looking green now for the Axis, and I've just seen something go in. Exactly what I was talking about. Yako is thinking like a pro. The nerves from earlier, they've all been shaken off. That brutal long first semi-final against his friend. Having to beat his fellow friend, knocking his friend out of the tournament. The extra strain of fighting for his tournament life. Something has been lifted. A weight has been lifted from Yako's shoulders, and he is thinking like a pro, using all of his assets. He knows he's got green air. He knows that there's a supply hub on that mountain, and he's guessing that it's undefended. This supply hub getting shut off is going to cause a lot of issues around this front line, allowing for a counter-offensive from the infantry, even against the tanks, especially if they get some anti-tank put into these to allow them to pierce. They don't, but they have got some tanks in them to give them some extra armor. Does the Italian tree get any anti-tank anywhere? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That's a shame. But they do have the VP on. VP blade on. I wonder if they'll hold this to wait. Now, here's the thing. Do you fire this now to try and give yourself an assault advantage? Or do you wait for the Allies to start pushing you, overextend their lines, and then when your supply hub is at risk and when their lines are committed, then do you drop the paratroopers? I am leaning towards the latter. I feel like the latter might be the way to go. Only time will tell. Oh, they fired it. Just as I take a swig of my drink and have to open my next one. The supply hub has been taken by the paratroopers. They've been dropped. They're going to go on to last stand to try and buy even more time as the pressure begins on the front line. Wadan is being assaulted because of the double combat as well. Wadan looks like it could be at risk from the Allied Axis advance. These light tanks being used to exploit the gap. They're only 16 width. No, this is the wrong division template. 32 with light tanks, absolutely pushing in. Oh my gosh, they've actually broken through on the little slither gap here. They've actually connected the mountains. They need to get some troops into there that aren't the paratroopers before the paratroopers' HP bleed out. They are almost out. Last stand, obviously, allows them to have more defense, but it causes their HP to bleed out fast. And the tanks got in there. The tanks are in the mountains. Now they're not going to hold that as well. It would be better to get the Mountaineer divisions, which are for some reason attacking further up the line, in there, but even so, they saved those paratroopers. They've taken the supply hub, and look at the red supply on the front line here for these heavy tanks. They can't stand there. They can't stand in the desert unsupplied. Wadan is cut off, but it is in supply because of local supply. But it could get encircled here. Look, this singular division being pushed back. This airbase has gone in. I don't know that Daly has noticed this. He's so focused on the frontline clicks, he might be about to have his full front line encircled. This is huge. You see the instant reaction there. Troops from Wadan pushing out, pushing into the return. These troops have not reorganized enough to be making an assault into those light tanks. And look, a last stand going in on the light tanks to make sure that this pocket stays open whilst the bleed goes in. There's a push on the coastline. This is an excellent play. We're about to see some key pieces be absolutely encircled here. 12 divisions could be at risk depending on how fast this battle ends versus this one. Wadan does fall. 4 VPs now on the bleed. 300 VP points remain. Nothing at risk of encirclement just yet, but it is a rout on the Allied front line. And just as I'm about to say it, 12 divisions encircled, including one of the heavy tank divisions gone. And that is game, ladies and gentlemen. That is an Axis victory so early. Heck yes. GG, GG, GG. Oh, what a game. Do you guys need a break, or are you happy to move on to the next game right away?
Break for 2 minutes.
Break for 2 minutes? Okay. We will send this to break. We will be back in just a moment over on stream, and we'll see you then.
Faithful subjects and brave warriors of the German Empire. Our Reich now dominates Europe. A testament to the power and resolve of the German nation. One by one, the mighty have fallen. The burdens of Versailles are being paid back in the fear of our enemies. It is German science that has sharpened our dagger. And it is German science that will deliver our final strike.
Just a strategy game, it's a ground strategy game.
That's an encirclement. Encirclement. Not looking good. Yeah, oh my god, encirclement. That's like 8 divisions, more than that. I mean, it's like... There we have it. C-Mox is our champion. The allies who needs to win here now. They're going against out of 3 bumper. The tankers is industry. The decisive time. He's pushing him.
Welcome to the 4th video about our upcoming expansion, Götterdämmerung. I'm Peter Nicholson, Game Director for Hearts of Iron, and today we're finally going to talk about one of the most anticipated updates in Hearts of Iron 4. None other than the revamped Germany focus tree and systems. Germany's getting a rework with a plethora of new mechanics.
Okay. Daily.
Yep.
Is it your turn to pick the map?
Yeah, he picked out the gates.
Map at the gates.
Okay, at the gates. Jarko, what faction would you like?
Axis.
Axis. Okay. Let's get in and we will do the ban phase. Okay, 4th Army and Hundersvig versus US 12th and USMC. So both US factions are out. Good luck. Have fun. I'll see you on the other side. Okay, here we go. Match map 2 of our game here. This is at the gates, and I'll tell you what we're playing in just a moment while I do some streamer things. Like, I need to change my headset in order that I don't destroy my voice and I can monitor myself, because this is how my stream setup works. The second thing is I need to quickly change the map filter. Because why? Well, welcome to HOI Commanders, the competitive play mod for Hearts of Iron. This game takes Hearts of Iron to a 1v1, 2v2 or 3v3 scenario. This is a 1v1 competition where the winner of this match possibly will either extend this final by one map, or will go home with 250 euros, as well as make it to the PDX-led grand final where they could win up to 5,000 euros. We have Jarko versus Daily Deister, and this could be it. This will be the second time I've seen this map this leg of the tournament. It is one of my favorite maps, mainly because it has increased manpower. But I'm getting ahead of myself. What's the name of the game? Well, in Commanders, there's 3 ways to win. Either you capitulate your enemy, you force them to surrender, or you bleed their life point total completely. Life point, what do I mean? Well, either below me here, next to the map icon, or in the top of the gameplay screen, you see 500 versus 500 and a load of little dots. Basically, there are key locations on the map that if you hold the majority of, you bleed the opponent's life down. And if it reaches 0, it's game over. This is a 5 VP map with a mostly infantry air focus. There's really no navy on this map. This is at the gates, our Stalingrad map. The VPs on this map are Tambov, Mikhailovka, Stalingrad, Milorovo, and Voronezh. There is a central selection that's key to this map. This whole area between Tambov, Voronezh, Mikhailovka, it's planes, it's tanks, it's fast moving. This will go back and forth, back and forth. Below, we have an area of the map near Rostov and Astrakhan that is often left very empty. We see a lot of counterplays down here. Fast moving encirclements, fluctuating back and forth. Stalingrad, again, key. The 2 rivers, key. It is an all-out offensive. This map has an inflated manpower pool, so we will see more troops on the line. And boy, oh boy, am I excited. The previous match we had with Jarko in this was absolutely incredible. One of the best games I've seen of Commanders in such a long time. And I think we're going to have a replication. We're going to have an absolute replication of that. I can feel a classic coming down. An El Clasico. And it's sad to think that this map was only brought in Season 3. So it's not even one of the original maps. But boy, oh boy, is it a fun one. Anyway. We begin our build-up phase. 274 days of build-up before war begins. Our players are going to begin sorting out their industry. We see a very, very standardized production queue, mostly focused on the basics that you need to start getting troops onto the line, which will begin to develop probably around the 30-40 day mark once the tech has been juggled. The early tech is going to be the key things, and then we're going to go from there. But either way, I'm going to rest my voice a little bit at the beginning of this game. Gang, what did you think of that previous game, Ender? Holy moly. Okay, game has officially been unpaused. I'm going to start talking again. This is what I was waiting for, because this is when we start seeing stuff to talk about. And again, friends, forgive me for resting my voice. I've got a lot of casting to do this week. This is already we're into hour 4 of this stream of high intensity HOI gameplay. I have this stream again tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And I'm going to be with you the entire rest of this tournament, all the way, every single leg of the journey. I'm going to be there either in the background running the streams or directly as a caster and host. And I can't wait for you to join myself, Dankus, CMOPS, possibly Gollum, some Zero, all on the PDX sponsored streams for the main leg of this tournament, where we're going to be showcasing some of the wildest Commanders gameplay you've ever seen. We've had big tournaments before. We've had huge prizes. We've had tournament upsets before. We've had tournaments fall through the cracks and be forgotten to time. Commanders has had a hard life in its 2 years that it's been around now. Started in December 2022 by myself and this team over at Speed 5. It's developed from something that was a one-off show to become something ingrained in the HOI psyche, in the 1% of players that play this. But I think this is it. This is the tournament that hopefully will see the glorious return of Commanders, and I hope you can join me all the way through it. And I'm looking forward to sharing that journey with all of you. It's going to be freaking incredible. Either way, let's take a look at tech. Anything out of the ordinary. Concentrated industry coming in for the Allies. That's an interesting flick. Air being invested by the Axis. Okay, so we've got at least air coming in from the Axis. Nothing unusual yet from the Allies. If you haven't seen it before as well, I say it every game, but if you haven't seen it before, most of the players currently, the meta is to start rapid industrialization, go to the end of their final arms industry expansion before picking their commander pick. Obviously, we have the ban phases. Banned from this match currently are Hondersvig, and I believe 4th Army. There's a lot of things to play with, including the illustrious 9th Army Wehrmacht. I feel like we're going to see an OKH pick from our Axis player here. Feels like the current meta would be falling for this. Allies have had both the US factions cordoned off, but I don't think we're going to see it. I'm intrigued by the fact that the US 12th got banned off on a map like this. Rather than 5th Guards, rather than 3rd Soviet Shock, rather than any of the Chinese factions. You need troops on the line, so the mass assault factions or the mobile warfare factions feel like they are the go-to pick, that they are going to be the ones that take the edge, especially with all the planes tiles, with all the maneuverable pieces. I will be shocked if we don't see a Soviet or a Chinese pick here. But what do I know? I'm just a caster. Sorry, gang. I just need 2 seconds. Final arms industry coming in. We're hitting the 150-day mark, 130-day mark. Slightly delayed, which means I think there's been some investment. Yep, there's been a double investment in military staff. Red Army coming in. I knew it'd be foolish not to see it. We're going to have a Red Army pick from the Allies. What are we going to see for the Axis? OKH. It's like he's a pro. He might have called it. We're going to see, most likely, a 9th Army Wehrmacht versus possibly a 3rd Shock, which might be an exact recreation of the previous bout that we saw of this map that became so epic. Like, so epic. Destructively epic. I'm here for it. I'm so here for it, gang. Let's see the lock-in. Yep, 3rd Soviet Shock Army. Okay, what does that mean? Well, 3rd Shock Army are a mass assault doctrine pick. They get the 79th Rifle Corps, which is bonuses to artillery and 2 22 width infantry divisions. This is backed up, followed by Stalin's Organs, 2 Katusha motorized rocket artillery divisions. These pack a punch. These are mechanized, backed up by mechanized, so these are hard. They hit fast. They hit amazingly. We saw how brutal they were in the previous matchup, but it wasn't quite enough to bring the victory in the last bout with how the Axis held it. You also get some paratroopers from the VDV. You get armored trains, increasing your supply, decreasing your supply consumption, and also giving you some upgraded trains nice and early. You get 150 CAS. You get 10 random militia divisions. You get a railway gun, as well as some bonuses to your army organization and your encirclement penalty and your reinforcement rate. You then also have the Soviet shared tree. It matters not right now. 20 submarines. Doesn't matter on a land map. But following that, you have the Ural Automotive Plant, which is mechanized and truck production, as well as a few units of each, and pilot, the red pilots, which gives you production cost reductions on all planes, plus women can be used in planes, reducing their manpower usage. Finally, no step back. It is organization loss below 25% reduced. Non-combat out supply penalties reduced. Consumer goods factories reduced. Division recovery rate increased. Stability increased, and division attack increased. Strong faction for this map. Its troops and its hard-hitting key piece units. What do I mean by key piece? Key piece is the singular spawn. We have some terms to the mod, little generic wording. Some of this, basically, the Stalin's Organs on that are what we call that faction's key piece. Basically, it's like the main spawn-in per faction, the thing that's a bit unique about them. Over on the 9th Army Wehrmacht tree, however, you get Opal, which, once I clear this this tech, is truck production cost at negative 35% plus a boatload of trucks. You get Veterans of the Western Front, which gives you army experience gain, division experience gain, and division attack increases. Lessons of Kursk is towed AT production cost reduction for those, and makes anti-tank so much better. Plus you get 600 units of it. Grenadier upgrade package gives you all infantry gain hard attack and piercing, as well as a load of research bonuses for support weapon companies. You get the Ost Legion, which is 6 reserve divisions at 10 width and 8 penal battalions at 8 width, and unlocks penal battalions. You also get the Bellowing Cows, which is three motorized rocket artillery divisions. These are 32 width. These are essentially the same size as the Soviet pick that we've just talked about, but the Panzerwerfers are backed up by motorized rather than mechanized, which is why you get 3 instead of 2. They're slightly weaker, but you get more of them. This caps out with a bonus to your war support, your experienced soldier losses, and your special forces cap, as well as some bonuses there to light infantry. Their shared tree gives them submarines that don't matter. You get Mauser, which is infantry equipment production cost reduction. MEFO, which is military factories construction speed, and also consumer good factories factor, negative 33%. And it ends with case by case, which is war support plus 20%, planning speed plus 30%, max planning factor 20%. Huge bonuses. I'm excited for this. I'm so excited for this. Following all my rambling, we are now 18 days away from the war. It is a mass infantry war. We have 66 Allied divisions versus 92 Axis divisions. It's a similar case before. The Axis outweigh the Allies. Who can get the damage done is going to be key. Will we see the Axis win this out, or will we see an Allied hold? We're about to find out. We're about to find out. Bellowing Cows are in. The motorized rocket artillery. Let's see how this gets used. The Axis in the previous game. Yarko actually on the Axis. I believe lost them very, very early, causing a really slow game that they just about won. His opponent masterfully used the far fewer Stalin's organs, but used them very, very effectively. Let's see if we get a replication here with Daily Dicer. Daily Dicer. Chat, what do you think? Is this going to go to a game 3? Or is this sticking it out? I'm going to roll a poll. I'm going to roll a poll. War has begun. Axis first off the starting block. They're going to hit for Tambov early with all of the Katusha units. Sorry, not the Katusha, the Panzerwerfers. The Panzerwerfers are in Tambov, and it has been connected via supply. Troops are flooding in. 2 VPs now. The VP bleed has begun. Roranej has fallen. 2 VPs now falling to the allies, stopping that bleed instantaneously. It's going to be a battle over which VP hasn't been taken. Oh no, Axis have now taken it. It was Milarovo hadn't been clicked in yet. Stalingrad and Mikhailovka locked in. Interestingly, the allies are looking to stop at the river here. They're not wanting to overextend. They want the Axis to extend their line out. I think this is good. Early combat here is red, though, in favor of the allies beating back the Axis. However, there is a pivot around Tambov. A Tambov offensive is already becoming a thing. Axis here need to extend the front line as much as possible to try and get some gaps, cause an encirclement while they have almost a 30 division advantage. Let's take a look. 95 divisions versus 62. Yeah, it's just under 30 division advantage. They need to try and exploit some gaps if they can get them. Use those Panzerwerfers, create a breakthrough, and then flood that gap. Fill that gap, fall upon your sword. Love has no meaning. Stalingrad now under pressure from the Axis, but the defense is holding. No encirclements just yet. Pocket being left in the south here. Okay, I think we've hit the first mid-game stationary point, where the two are just going to wait for their planning, wait for the supply to connect. Axis kind of have overextended their supply lines ever so slightly here towards the 2 Allied-held VPs, which are causing some issues. Allies hold a foothold across the river as well. Weakest point of the Allied line seems to be the direct north. Some pressure points being put towards Astrakhan from the extended southern front. Axis now just using this time. Oh, an operative captured is really useful for them. Putting some pressure, seeing what they're up against. Currently, the Allies in a deficit of guns. That's why they won't want to do any offensive, but the bleed is against them, so they are running down the clock. Axis not really in the hole for anything. That's brutal for the Allies. Another offensive towards Astrakhan. The line is holding. The stage slightly zoomed out, so we can see what's going on a little bit better. Support weapons being picked up. Nice lull in the combat. Axis have slightly put themselves out of supply in the south. Could cause issues. Also, I see the 2 Katyushas have been moved south, ready to counter attack down there. This could be the gap to form a pocket. You push the enemy up against the corners of the map. That's another thing to look for on this map. The two sides of the map, the two map edges to crush and encircle on. You see it a lot around Tambov, especially with the back and forth around Tambov. It's really easy to create encirclements against the edge of the map. Not as easy, but just as applicable down in the south. Let's take a look at early losses. 14k casualties to the Allies, 20k to the Axis. Not nearly the millions we saw last time. 445 VPs now for the Allies. And so begins an offensive in the center. Thank you very much. I just got delivered some tea. Mikhailovka under threat, being attacked from all sides. The bellowing cows sing their song towards Mikhailovka. They are out of supply though, so this battle is going to fail ever so slightly. I believe the defense will hold. The supply issues are becoming a bigger and bigger threat for Yarko here. If he wants to try and push forward, I wonder if he's going to build a supply hub. I wonder if that's in the cards, considering the amount of the large foothold he has here. With the amount of civilian factories he's converted away, I don't think it possible. The Panzerwerfers actually being rerouted north, looking to hit towards Boris Oblast? Boris Oblast. I'm going to say they're pushing towards Boris. Boris is one of those key points on the map. It is a supply hub, not a VP, but if you take it, it is going to be a pivot point for both the Tambov and the Mikhailovka VP. Counter-attack coming in from the Allies, trying to use their Katyusha divisions, soften up some ground. Being double combated though, so not much is going to happen here. In the meantime, Panzerwerfers on the move for Tambov. Tambov might fall here. There's enough damage and not enough troops to move in for the support. I don't know if Daly has seen this because he's so focused on this central defense. We'll see how this goes. Tambov is most likely going to fall. Also, let's take a look. Air is being contested pretty heavily. I don't want to go too far into air right now, but fighters lost. Enemy fighters. Okay, the Allies are losing the air war currently. Tambov could be about to fall, but the Allies have pushed out. This could flip back and forth. We might be able to see some encirclement and counter-encirclement here. It's going to come down to who's going to commit what to where and if they're going to overcommit. The Katyusha's moving out of the fence of Tambov. Allies okay to leave the Axis in control of that for a little moment because they've spotted the fact that they might capture some divisions here. 6 divisions threat as that airport tile is left open. Yep. And they've used the Katyushas to start crushing that pocket. 3, 4 divisions. 1 division already dead. 4 left in the pocket. They're already being clicked off. They're going to last stand. The Axis are going to try and break those out. The VP bleed, though, has begun on the Allies. Now, 430 VPs to 407. Wait, no. What? 1, 2. Why hasn't it? Yes. Yes, sorry. The VP order here compared to who's bleeding, I think, is switched. Right? I'm kind of confused. Either way, VP bleeds are happening on both sides. This might be a counter-encirclement here for the Katyushas. Or, if not careful, here goes all of the bellowing cows and even more divisions caught up in an encirclement. This is a blunder from Yarko. He might be about to lose all of his oh, God, they've gone. They've gone. The motorized rocket artillery does not have the HP or organization to withstand being pocketed. They're gone. It's just the infantry there. Now, the key piece has been removed from the board. It is just infantry on the board for the Axis, with the Allies now having a severe dominant advantage, keeping their key piece in the fight, and they're using it to start moving north to Tambov. That is a huge, huge loss and deficit there. One of the benefits of this Axis faction is they do gain a little bit extra command power when they get their end cap. They are going to lose those troops there, and they do have the troop advantage right now. In terms of mass on the field, there's 112 divisions, but they are slowly losing them. Look at this absolute pincer being pushed by these Katusha divisions. The scream of the Katusha is being sent. In fact, right now, to celebrate this sound, I need the Hearts of Iron version of Katusha to play. HOI4 Katusha. Give me it. Give me the full version. Give me that epic piece of music, because that needs to be played as Daily makes this advance. Tambov now under threat. A Katusha each side of the flank. Another division encircled. And now Tambov also pocketed. There's a huge amount of divisions in there. At first glance. 8, 9, 10, 15. "17 divisions. 17 divisions in the Tambov pocket. They have been broken free, but it might be in vain. It might only add more divisions to the pocket. This is what I mean about the Tambov gap. If you can crush it against the side of the map, you can kill a lot of divisions. And these Katushas marching their way through the plains expertly. And here it goes. The pocket might be about to close again. Voronezh under threat. That's more supply cut in the north. Oh, it's almost there. Just pin those divisions. Yep, that's... Oh, Christ. That's a whole army group. Hands. Hands, we've been surrounded. Oh. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. And a textbook advance here from our allied player. Axis completely reorganizing their front line. Reorganizing who's in command where. The orders coming down on high. The 112 divisions currently down to 101 versus how many on the Allies? 67. This is being performed at a 40 division deficit. 27 divisions encircled near Tambov. That 40 division deficit is about to be flipped on its head. Brutal. Absolutely brutal warfare we're seeing here. Maybe a slight overextension by this singular division near Voronezh, but I don't think it's enough. Daily showing you how it's done at the gates. It's their map pick. They know it so well. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got a feeling we're going to a game 3. Oh, there's a breakthrough now in the center. Kharkov is only 4 tiles away as the Katushas rain down rockets. The VP bleed is heavy. But no, one of the Katushas, it's been encircled. If this doesn't get broken out, losing this key piece could halt the advance. It could be what the Axis need. They know that they just need to trap these divisions before it's too late, before they lose too much. It looks like a fleeting hope. But it could happen. There it is. Voronezh has been completely encircled. Another 20 or so divisions. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is game. We are going to a game 3. Holy moly. Holy moly. Was that intense? Let me go back. GG. GG. Good game. Good game. Holy moly. I was screaming at that. Are we good to go straight into a new one, or do we need a moment?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get the rehost going. What a game was that, guys? We're going to go into the game 3. I'll be getting this set up in a moment. Yako is currently hosting. It's all going to come down to this. It's 1-1. Are the players
Does
ready?
he know that I surrender?
Surely he's seen us leave, no?
Okay.
I'm going to ping him. Okay, we're going to go take a quick break on the stream. We'll be back once we've sorted what's going on here.
Faithful subjects and brave warriors of the German Empire. Our Reich now dominates Europe. A testament to the power and resolve of the German nation. One by one, the mighty have fallen. The burdens of Versailles are being paid back in the fear of our enemies. It is German science that has sharpened our dagger. And it is German science that will deliver our final strike.
Just a strategy game, it's a ground swift game.
That's an encirclement, mate. Encirclement. Not looking good. Yeah, oh, I know, encirclement. That's like 8 divisions, more than that. I mean, it's like... There we have it. CMOS is our champion. The allies who needs to win here now.
We are back with Yako's final map pick. You've picked Desperado. Daily, are you happy with your faction choice of Axis?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get in map. Let's do the picks and bans. I just need to... I'm flustered. I am legitimately flustered. That was such a good game. Give me 2 seconds before you complete your picks, because I am not ready. Okay. go ahead with your faction bans. Let's see what's on the board for the final ban. Italian First Army being banned out for the Axis. US 12, the US. Well, no, Third Shock being banned out for the Allies.
But
okay.
there are, I don't know, there are 2 bans like from him because USMC was banned.
Oh, yeah, those bans are incorrect. It should be US 12, USMC.
You can start.
The
reset
the bans are wrong.
because you did it wrong. Because you don't ban USMC.
The bans are US 12th, USMC, and then whatever your final ban is. That's wrong again.
It's USMC.
Okay, there we go. Right, good luck. Have fun. So, after that, apologies for that. Here we go. So, I have not ever in my entire career as a caster seen this map yet. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand final of Group 7. One of these players is about to win €250 and move on to the grand final stage where they have the chance to win €5,000 for playing Hearts of Iron 4 Commanders. What is Hearts of Iron Commanders? Well, Hearts of Iron 4 Commanders is the game mode that brings Hearts of Iron 4 to a competitive 1v1, 2v2 or 3v3 scenario. The Worlds Tournament is a 1v1 tournament brought to you by Paradox Commanders and TMW. We are working together to create a great piece of entertainment for your eyes, if I do say so myself, in my totally biased opinion. I'm going to keep talking while I change my headphones, probably for the very, very final time in this today's stream. We are playing on Desperado, one of our latest maps. This is a 5VP map. The aim of the game, either capitulate your enemy, have them surrender, or bleed their VP points entirely. You see at the top of your screen, or just below me here, 500 to 500. That is the VP score of each of our players. Basically, if you hold the majority of a key objective, you start bleeding that score. If it hits 0, you lose. Our players are currently doing their setup. There's 275 days of setup post the pause before battle commences, and then it's all hell breaking loose. Now, the key thing about Desperado is, 1, there are 2 VPs on land, 2 VPs on peninsulas to the opposite side of the nation, and then 1 island VP in Cuba, Havana. So the key VPs to be looking out for right now: Miami, Havana, Merida, Dallas, and Houston, I believe. I need to double check this. Oh no, it's New Orleans and Houston. Or Dallas. It's one of these. I'm not sure which. It's the circle. It's the circle VP. So it's Dallas. Oh, apologies. I'm new to this map. I'm learning with you. this is going to be interesting. Now, the key thing is obviously going to be Navy. USMC is banned on this map, which is a huge blow for the Allies, but there are plenty of other Navy factions, just not the most powerful one. Other key features are, even on land, there's rivers to cross. We're probably going to see Marines be a heavy focus because they also work as jungle fighters. There's a lot of jungle on this map. There's island landings. There's peninsula landings. It's going to get crazy. It's about to get crazy. Now, if you don't mind, I am going to shut up for a little moment. Take a break. Take a sip of my tea. I'm going to get a poll going. Oh boy. As a reminder, thank you to Paradox for helping us put on this event. We couldn't do it without them. If you guys want to check out Hearts of Iron 4 Gotterdammerang coming out on November 14th, that's going to be available soon. It's a massive rework to a lot of systems, and it looks like a fantastic DLC if I do show myself. Check out the expansion pass for day one unlocks. Now, ahead of the journey, what to expect? Well, I'm expecting a lot of fighting over this river. I'm expecting some special forces build. I don't think tanks, I don't think just pure infantry is going to cut it. There's a lot of difficult terrain on this map. I would be surprised if we don't see some sort of mixed response, some special forces thrown in. Hell, let's take a look at the focus trees. For allies, I wonder, the problem I was going to say, I wonder if we're going to see Combined Operations HQ. The problem is no Navy. You're really scarpered for Navy except for this Merchant Marine, which isn't going to be enough to secure the bay. Maybe we'll see a Commonwealth 8th. Maybe we'll see a France pick. France do get a Navy, but it's way down their entry investment. With the US completely boarded off, I don't know where this is going to go. This is going to be a difficult one. I think possibly the only choice is the Commonwealth 8th Army. Now, let's look at Axis. What can Axis choose? Axis have one of the strongest naval picks in the game left to them, which provides them a lot of Marines. I think you'd be stupid not to go for the IJN, the Imperial Japanese Navy. What's the problem with it? Well, sadly, you don't get much air support, so you're going to have to invest a lot of your IC into protecting your industry. But you do get Marines, you do get Special Forces. Outside of that, possibly an Italy pick. Possibly Luftwaffe ground forces. Forget Navy. Go purely into air and secure your coastline with the submarines. Instead, go Luftwaffe. Try and power drop onto the VPs. The real pressure, the real point on this map that I can identify, because there's a VP on each side of the main bases, it's going to be naval invaders. Who can get control of the opposite side of someone's base first, putting the pressure on them. If you can trap someone in their own base, could be Jovi, you know. Expand the arms industry. Going in. If you're unaware, now that the game is unpaused, 4 speed for the build-up, 3 speed for the war. Our players are going to go start their rapid industrialization all the way down to final arms industry before we see a pick. Let's see what we've got in terms of production. Nothing unique for the Axis. Anything for the Allies. Anything that I'm going to be oohing at. Yeah, there's 2 things. There's 3 things on that board right there that I am oohing at. There is an investment going in. That's really good to see. I wonder, have we also been very smart and taken the first dockyard focus? Or has that been forgotten? First dockyard focus is in. There is an investment to Navy from the Allies. I love to see it. I want to know what they're going to combo it with. There's also been an investment into air and air advisor and the army chief of staff. I currently have the agency branch upgrade glitch going on. I digress. This is one of my favorite HOI tracks that there is, by the way, as well. And sadly, it's well, one of the ones for Man the Guns. It's the Confederate flag one, which is just such a nice tune. Embarrassment. This map has such large tiles. It does. It does. Houston is huge. I've never seen this map played before. I really don't know what the meta's going to be. And I kind of don't think our players do either. I doubt this has come up many times before. Dispersed industry going in. An investment into air for our allies as well. Axis, on the other hand, also investing into air, also into towed rocket artillery. Oh my god. We're going to see it. Daily is going tried and true. Hungary, Romania. Hondesvig? Hondvezig? Hungary? Hungary? Cavalry? The horseman cometh? The riders of Rohan? The riders of Wuhan? No, yep, so there we go. Hungary is being invested in. Guys, let me go through what the Hungary-Romania pick is. So, Hungary gives you cavalry. It is bonuses to cavalry. It is it's bicycles and motorized. It's boons to cavalry. I'm really going to skip over these because I've said this so many times today, and I'll be repeating myself. But if you want to pause and read, Hungary is all about cavalry and tanks. You also get a tank division. You get spawning cavalry. You get spawn-in motorized and bicycles. You get boons to cavalry. You get production bonuses here. You also get tech upgrades and production cost reduction for tanks. You get a fleet coordination bonus, division speed and division recovery rate here. You do get Italian naval support with a battleship, but it's much further down your tree. It's like the French pick. The Navy does come, but it's towards the end. You get a load of trucks and mechanized. You get some German tank designs for free, as well as some research speed, but the end cap, my favorite, for the homeland, every month you gain infantry equipment, towed artillery, towed anti-tank, towed anti-air, and support equipment of the best that you can make monthly. Just boom, in your industry. Boom, freebie. Like it's like you're on Oprah. You get a gun, and you get a gun, and you get a tank, and you get a... It's fantastic. Over on the Allies, let's see what's being locked in. Mediterranean Fleet, already know. It's Commonwealth 8th Army. This is where I thought they'd go. First time I'm seeing it today, so let's go through it entirely. You get the British Mediterranean Fleet with 2 battleships and an aircraft carrier. You get the Cairo branch, which is an operative slot upgrade. An additional operative, so an extra agency. Decryption power and agency upgrade time is down. You also get some Bristol Blenheim recon planes, which could be used very well here. You get 2 Anzac 26th width divisions. These are infantry divisions with a lot of support companies. You get the Indian Gurkhas, 2 ranger divisions. We haven't updated that tooltip. That should say light infantry divisions, which are 24 width. Light infantry is our own special force that it exists in the mod. Their bonus is in forest tiles. So this is a forest-based special forces. You then have the Desert Air Corps, which is 150 fighters, 1 doctrine cost for air doctrine reduced by 50%. Tank Hunters grants you towed anti-tank production cost, 500 anti-tank, and research for anti-tank plus all infantry gain plus 100% piercing. The Spartan Planner. Non-combat arms supply penalties, negative 30%. Division defense, plus 10%. Hot climatization factor, plus 40%. Do remember that division defense does convert to breakthrough. So that is a thing to note. They also get the Commonwealth Shared Tree, Dig for Victory, which is resource gain efficiency, consumer goods reduction, and production efficiency base increase. You get the Mad Minute training, which is division attack for your infantry. You get Bletchley Park, which is another operative spot. You also get Nancy Wake as an operative. I forgot about that. And then Rule Britannia. Britannia rules the way. More consumer goods factories down. You get naval speed. You get max naval range. You get stability. You get war support. You get production growth. You get maximum command power increase and plus 40 naval invasion and also naval invasion planning plus 25%. Land of hope and glory. Yeah, fantastic. In we go. I'm so excited. Can you send a clip of Daily Duster stream? It's amusing. Sure. I hope that I don't have any auto mod bots that will actually catch you on that. The Commonwealth Ava Army also has some really seriously good generals. Get some of the lot of the British generals, which are potent within the mod. Axis, going down the Hungary tree, not as good general picks, but for a cavalry pick, still going to be really good. I don't know about the lack of navy, if that's going to pay off for the Axis, or if they're going to leave themselves open to some invasions. Either way, there's going to be a lot of troops on the ground. I'm really securing the land. It's basically going to be a war of land and sea. It's going to be real Britain versus Hungary kind of thing. I really don't know how this is going to go, ladies and gents. And with just 21 days before the war, let's quickly take a look at the template. We've managed to get the Gold Division, the classic cavalry division design. That Daily Duster has been going with. And then over on the Allies, what are we mainly utilizing? It's a 16 width infantry division. Some of these. And it's an 18 width with some medium tanks in there. 10k infantry equipment in the hull. A lot of medium tanks in the hull. Not enough planes yet. Versus 9k guns in the hull. That's okay. That's because of tier 2 upgrade. So neither player is actually that far in the hull. But everything else is a little bit more green. We're about to see the opening plays. I think this is going to be the most interesting play. I think it's going to be who's going to get the bleed first and who can hold it. Here we go. Here we go. I don't know that Hungary, being a completely anti-navy pick and a land pick that doesn't really have air support, is going to be enough against a Commonwealth 8th pick. You're essentially giving Havana away for 3 and Miami away for 3 and hoping that you can win on a land war. Here's the war declaration. The rush for the VPs begins. Okay, so my suspicions is right. It's Dallas. Dallas has fallen to the Axis. VP bleed might start because only one is taken. New Orleans has not been taken yet. Miami has not been taken yet. Havana, naval invasion, about to land. That's going to be secured. New Orleans, secured. Allies have started the bleed. You need at least 2 VPs to start a bleed. Allies have started the bleed. The Axis have completely forgone going for the Yucatan Peninsula. Fun fact, ladies and gentlemen, did you know the Yucatan Peninsula means the I don't know peninsula because the natives didn't know what the Spanish conquistadors were saying? Yes, now you do. This And like its namesake, the I Don't Know Peninsula, I don't know that only sending a few troops here is going to be good enough. If the Allies can mount an invasion here, this could be brutal. That being said, war on the land has begun, and it seems the Axis aren't able to push through against the Allies. A soft defensive line between Little Rock, Arkansas, and New Orleans has begun. Little Rock isn't going to be able to be held, I don't think. No, it is. It is holding. The supply. Let's take a look at the supply over here for the Allies. It's looking good. There's a real good supply line behind the Mississippi here. Oh, the Big Muddy. The Big Muddy is a good place to defend. Little Rock is probably the most out of supply, but it's still all systems green. This is a good defensive line for the Allies to lock into. Miami being back-capped by those paratroopers, and Havana is secured. Havana, unana. Cavalry already actually being pushed back slightly. Oh no, the outer supply next to New Orleans. Some tricky retreats here around Baton Rouge and New Orleans could spell trouble for the Allies. Gurkhas now spawned in, brought to the front line. So, one capital note here for the Axis is they have captured a key point, which is this airbase. And they are flying planes out of it. They have built a few fighter wings themselves. This will be countered as soon as the ally gets its air. Let's see what the Allies are doing. God, I feel like they need to backcap this, though. Connect this supply up. But they're dominating the waves. They don't need to. So this hold is so weak. This peninsula's hold is so weak. Even if you don't hold this for the whole game, commit 5 divisions. Naval invasion here. Naval invasion here. Cut off this peninsula. Put pressure on it for a while. You have to diverge attacks from over here. You secure your line for that bit longer. But the Axis are making an assault, and they are making some ground. The Allies have been pushed off of the supply. They're retreating from Little Rock. They're holding the other side of the Mississippi. They're taking up a more defensive position. There's 6 units kind of out of position here that could get caught, but I don't think they're going to be. We will see, though. We're going to keep an eye on that. They have been pinned. This could be a 6-division encirclement in the north, which could be huge. Nope, they've gotten out. They did get out in time. I'm going to be quiet, rest my voice, as we head into the mid-game lull. Battle lines have been drawn. Players are both not secure enough that they feel like they can continue in advance, nor do they need to. The VP bleed has begun. 450 points now remain for the Axis. A reminder to everyone watching, whoever wins this walks away with their shot into the finals and 250 euros secured. It really bugs me that the Allied player hasn't backcapped the rest of this territory. Miami now being left underdefended. Allies feeling confident about their naval superiority. Currently no air above the southwest. Training their planes behind the lines. Fighter exercises going in. Do we reckon? Do we reckon there's going to be a jump and drop? At least capture the airbase, you know? Do you reckon Yarko's going to go for something? Let's take a look at logistics while we're in the lull. Continued industrial sector going in for the Allies, looking to pad for the late game. They are currently struggling a little bit for guns, but they've got medium tanks rolling off the production line. Meanwhile, the Axis not struggling along anything. The only thing, medium tanks, they're not producing any. What is going on in their production then right now? Close air support and fighters. They're looking to make a pure infantry / cavalry push with no weight towards their tanks just yet. Wild. Both players now going into their industrial sector before finishing their trees. Both thinking, hang on, this might go to a long game. Allies getting quite a few medium tanks now, just giving a little bit of extra armor to their attack lines. Holding across the Big Muddy. I want to see the Allies train these. I want some big paratrooper divisions. A la what Mohammed did back in Season 4 on Sonnenblum. Big 32 width paratroopers. Absolutely crush a singular defending unit on a supply hub. And create some really disgusting gaps. I think the Allies can afford to. Axis, though, currently struggling with trucks. No, sorry, struggling with trains. They don't have enough trains. Did they not put any? Yeah, they were late to their civilian train production. Planes now been moved to the top of their production line. They know they're banking on trains being their path to victory. Gun 2's already switched in, with Weapon 1 slowly being phased out now that they're stockpiling them. Dig for victory going in. 381 VP points left for the Axis. You're in the Axis position. You've committed to a land advantage. How long do you leave this before you attempt something different, something changed up? And that right there is a sign of something changing. I love this. This is a sign of a good player. They're never not thinking about how they get those stat advantages in the position they're in. Even if it means changing tact, even if it means changing tech. We're seeing something come in, and here it is. Are we going to see a duplicated division and then something switched out? Possibly. Something I think might work. Remove these. Switch these for Marines. Nope. Here we go. Here's a Marine company. A wild 20 width division this is. Good soft attack. Let's see what its bonus across marsh and rivers is. 20% attack. That's decent. 6 of those now in the field. The thing is, the thing I was slightly worried about with that Axis pick is I identified it in the beginning. There's a lot of rivers on this map. There's a lot of jungle on this map. There's a lot of forest on this map. Having no allocation for special forces is a detriment. I still maintain IJN might have been the choice here. But Daily Duster is comfortable in this pick. The horses got him here. He's hoping the horses will take him home. Take him to that victory. Only time will tell. Is this enough to get across the crossing? He's moved these troops away from the line so they can't be seen. Double checking that here for the allies. Let's check air as well. Green air over the Gulf Coast. No air contests coming in yet. Just casually going from the industry tree, just improving their army slowly but surely. Starting to get to the points of the allied tree where they get a lot in terms of attack and defense. Where the longer the Axis leave this, the more difficult this gets. They're attempting a probing attack here, but they're just deorging at the well-entrenched allies across the river. I think a lot of this failing right now from our Axis player comes down to their general pick, their commander pick. The commander pick feels very off pace, and it could be down to map knowledge. It could be down to game knowledge. Not enough experience on what to expect on Desperado. It is a really unique map that requires you to focus on two fronts at once, much like Sonnenblume, but it's got a much wider front line. Yes, you can exploit that with tanks and infantry, but only if you gain the advantage. But digging across the muddy is no good, and having no other option leaves you open. I honestly think maybe even Luftwaffe might have been a better pick here, just so you could try power dropping, so you can contest the islands, so you can throw some troops across the Gulf and land in Miami. Agent getting captured here. Mad minute training coming in. Every day, the Allies just get a little stronger. Allies could easily drop Merida in the endgame. I agree. They absolutely could. They could have done it in the early game. It was undefended and uncontested. Single cavalry division is not going to stop a well-equipped paratrooper. If they cut here and here, or paratroopers, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's in supply. That cuts that off. This has no supply because there's no naval control. You choke it out. And you see if you can hold that. Exploit a gap. Bring the offensive. Even put pressure on Mexico City. Push up the coast. What am I seeing? What am I seeing here? What am I seeing from the Allies? Just 289 VPs left for the Axis to make a play. It is the Axis on the back foot. They don't have the time to waste. They're training up more cavalry. Marines too, teched in. It's just not enough. Look at these defensive stats. might be seeing an early GG very soon, gang. Has the hungry one trick been bested by a river? That's what this is coming down to. Has the hungry one trick been bested by a river? I think so. School of Elite Operations coming in. That could be huge, actually. That could add some real bonuses to those Marines. They don't really have the naval XP. They didn't put it in a Navy advisor. Still, 5% soft attack for Marines. That would go a long way to help the Axis. Also, a lot of manpower for the Axis. Only 70,000 people have died in this battle. This is probably the most bloodless battle of commanders we've had in a long time. Halfway through the VPs now. Tank hunters coming in, then it's the Spartan planner, and then it's only Rule Britannia left. Adopting German designs now coming in. I also feel like the fact that nothing has been done to implement tanks into the Hungarian pick is a weakness as well. It's one of the strengths of the faction to only lean it into the horses feels wrong. I think they're doing a desperate play to try and get the Italian naval support, but they also need to get down this tree, get to the Black Hussar for the fleet coordination, make that Italian navy just hit a little bit harder. Let's see what they pick now. 222. VP points left. Italian naval support coming on in. Allies getting ever closer to getting their end cap, to finishing their tree. This might well and truly be Jova. I wonder if the Axis here can pull away from the front line. Pull the Allies out of their entrenchment. See if our allied player Yarko takes the bait, advances up, tries to take Dallas. In the meantime, then you counterattack when they're not across the river and you try to outmaneuver. I think that's what I'd be trying at this point. Anything to not just sit and watch my VP points bleed away from me, my tournament hope bleed away from me. Here we go, another offensive across the river. The defense stats are just too high. They can't be pierced. There isn't even enough anti-tank to pierce. There isn't any anti-tank to pierce the Space Marines. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. We're witnessing the broken spirit of an Axis player. Contested Navy for once. Maybe we'll see some gains there. Allies just sitting pretty. 3 VPs. Content to not overextend. Content to not show their hand. So let this game run its course. They can taste the victory. Yarko can taste the victory. Another change of tactic here for the Axis. Trying everything. Getting desperate now. 161 VPs remain. It's moments like these, as a caster, you can't help but feel sorry for the players. They've been grinding. It's a late night. They've taken a lot of matches. Dicester has gone 2-0 straight into a final. These are not professional esports players. They're grand strategy players. They can go for a long time, but in those grand strategy games, you're not always active. In Commanders, you're always active. Your brain has to be active. You have a ticking time bomb of a game happening in front of you. The timer is always itching at you. Your micro would be tested. You're drawn out. You're in pain. And all you can think of right now, if you are in Deister's shoes, and if you're in Daly's shoes, is I am throwing away €250. I'm throwing away the chance at €5,000. Times are pretty hard right now for a lot of people. €5,000 goes a long way. I know it sure would for me. You're using every bit of your mental energy now to crawl back in when you know the time is running out. Truly good players will find their second wind here. I'm hoping Daly can. Navy is now being contested. But with this allied pick, it's going to be a fool's errand to try and contest that naval strength, especially with the early investment that Yarko put in. Air might be a better bet, but under investment there as well. I still come back and question the faction pick. I question the choice of Hungary and the fleeting defeat. The first sea battle there. Heavy cruiser, light cruiser, destroyer, submarine. All now swimming at the bottom of the Marianas Trench. Well, not quite. Off the coast of Florida. .98 VPs now remain. This is the final moment for the Axis to make a move here. The allies are so entrenched, though. I don't know. I can't, as a caster, foresee a gap Every defense is green. The air is green. The sea is green. The land is green. And the VPs, they are green. 78. This is dropping about 5 a day now. $68. I'm going to take this moment to thank everyone who's been watching the Commanders tournament. There's one group stage left before we move on to our grand final. Head over to parabellum.gg to find where we're going to be streaming the final games. That'll be happening tomorrow, around the same time that we started this stream. I'll be being joined by my wonderful Parabellum buddies, Red Hawk and Lath, as we find the final competitor for the Paradox stages, which will be happening on the 7th through the 9th, over on the Paradox Interactive Twitch and the Hearts of Iron YouTube channel. I'll be joined on that stream, or those streams, by CMOPS, Dankus, Gollum, Sum0, and other faces within the Commanders community to bring you 3 massively full days of intense HOI action. The first day, we're clearing through every quarterfinal. Expect that day to go on and be brutal. We're expecting to go past midnight my time, quite easily, with 4 best of 3s on the line. We'll then have the semifinals on Friday, followed by a third place playoff, and the grand final on Saturday, where we will crown one person world champion and award them €5,000. There are extra prizes for everyone who comes between 2nd and 4th. With 27 VPs left, there is nothing left that the Axis can do. No amount of energy will save them. It is GG. Yarko will be our Group 7 champion, securing themselves €250 and moving through to the Paradox main stage. Representing Poland, they will join the likes of many others that you may know, and you may have even fought against. Your brothers in arms, your enemies. Yarko, who has been trying, has appeared in multiple group stages, being knocked out by many a player, having to beat his own friends to get here. And there we have the trials, the tribulations, the game, set, and match. There's nothing that the Axis can do. It is over. And there we have 0 VPs. Congratulations. Let's go talk to them, shall we? GG. Well played, well played. Thank you so much for playing. Allies, fantastic hold. Yarko, fantastic hold. Commiserations daily. Well played. Some excellent games from you today. Just wasn't quite enough. The faction picks, the maps may not have been quite on your side, but you performed admirably. And thank you so much for playing.
Thank you.
Yarko, congratulations. You were nervous about today. How do you feel?
I think that first, after the first game, I gave confidence, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But after at the gate incident,
yep.
I lost my confidence. I just decided to play Desperado because I think that my enemy have not bad micro, but his macro is lacking.
Mm-hmm. Well, a
She
tactical...
have problem with taking the victory points.
Well, your tactical map pick brings you one step closer to winning €5,000, and we'll see you in the PDX final. Everyone who's been watching today's stream, thank you so much for watching. We'll be back with the final group stage over on the Parabellum channels. Group 8 tomorrow. Other than that, thank you for watching and good night. Bye-bye now.